Chapter 1499. In a lava field, the magma was like the sun shining in all directions. It was bright red, dazzling, and constantly emitting a blazing aura. The invisible, blazing aura was like a hot wind that spread out in all directions, making people feel dry and scorching hot, as if they were burning from the inside out. However, no one here was an ordinary cultivator. Even among saints, they could be considered geniuses. They resisted the influence of this blazing aura and remained motionless. His figure brushed past like a gust of wind. He quickly ran across the lava ground and quickly headed to the opposite side. In this place, the air was forbidden and they could not fly. However, everyone could use their movement skills, so their speed wasn't slow at all. If they continued forward and didn't encounter the other party, then they would charge straight in and attack the other party's fortress, destroying it and obtaining victory. However, things weren't so ideal, for small black dots appeared in front of them and rapidly grew larger as they approached. They were the 4 members of Zhu Wu's team: Zhu Wu, Yin Shan, Chuan Yun, and Tian Hen. What Zhu Wu used was a bronze battle axe with a long handle. It rested on his shoulder and looked very domineering and shocking. He had a knowing smile on his face, as if he had everything under his control. He looked over with a domineering gaze and said, "Tianji, everything about you is under my control." Zhu Wu knew Tianji very well and judged that Tianji would choose this path. After all, he knew who was the strongest and second in Tianji's team. The Snow Saber and Dark Cold Spear couldn't display their full strength in the lava field, so Tianji could only choose this path. Moreover, he had predicted that Tianji would bring along the weakest lifeless sword. Moreover, they would even form a group of 4. All of these were within his expectations. As for who the other 2 were, he wasn't sure. However, that wasn't important. What was important was that they could intercept Tianji here and decide who was stronger. So what? Tianji's expression didn't change. Zhu Wu knew him and would judge his choice. Then, how could he not know his opponent and know what his opponent would do? Everything was within each other's expectations. Tian Hen and Chu Zhongyang stared at Qinzong as a trace of murderous intent gathered in their eyes. "Captain, I'm going to make my move." Yin Shan roared. His body was incomparably strong, and the weapon he used was a fiery red heavy blade. It emitted a blazing aura fluctuation, as if it was resonating with the scorching aura of the lava ground. Piercer's eyes were sharp to the extreme. He stared at Qinzong's group of 4, sweeping his eyes over them one by one. He had the gaze of a hunter looking at his prey. He was just like Eagle Wing, using a longbow as a weapon. His archery skills were superb. "Heaven Halberd, accept your defeat obediently," Zhu Wu roared. Immediately after, he swung his long-handled battle axe. The astonishing axe light seemed to split the sky in 2. The axe heavily chopped down, instantly bursting with an incomparably astonishing power. It was as if the axe could split the heavens and earth apart, and it seemed as if it was going to destroy Heavenly Halberd. In the outside world, the most they could do was to spar. They were not allowed to use heavy blows, or else it would be a violation of military rules. However, there was no such concern here. He could attack without holding back and fight to his heart's content. Even if he killed his opponent, it would be fine. After all, he would not truly die. The moment Zhu Wu attacked, the Heavenly Halberd also erupted with power. The large halberd soared through the air and suddenly turned, bringing with it a violent, hurricane-like might as it ruthlessly shot out. A head-on collision. Both of them were in the late 7th Heaven Saint realm, and their Tao meanings were both mid-grade Tao meanings. Moreover, both of them had comprehended the 5th revolution. Even if they did not use their full strength, the moment they attacked, it was still extremely terrifying. The scorching heat in the surroundings was suddenly stirred up, and a terrifying storm swept out, wreaking havoc. Everyone had no choice but to retreat, otherwise they would be affected. This collision was a collision between Heavenly Halberd and Zhu Wu, and also a collision between a halberd and a battle axe. An extremely terrifying sound reverberated in all directions, and the sound of metal clashing was extremely ear-piercing. It was as if metal had exploded beside one's ears, and the air shattered inch by inch. Heavenly halberd, take another blow from my axe. Ju Wu suddenly roared. His voice was like a thunderclap, rumbling and rumbling, and the sound waves were heavy. Immediately after, a terrifying light erupted from the giant axe, simple and profound, powerful and overbearing. Chop. So what if it's 100 blows? Tian Halberd sneered. His voice pierced through the air, and his halberd shot out like a mighty army on a battlefield. Die for me. Yin Shan suddenly swung his heavy blade, and scarlet flames immediately ignited on the blade. He slashed through the air, and as if he could cut through a mountain, he directly attacked the three people. That blade light was scarlet, and was more than 10 meters long. It seemed like it wanted to cut the three people in front of it and burn them to ashes. You're the one who's going to die. Yin Mo roared. His entire body emitted a shockingly scorching heat, as if he was about to combust. Soon after, he waved his hand, and scarlet red palm imprints continuously bombarded. 10, 20, 30. Every palm imprint contained a terrifying, scorching energy, and when it shot out, it could shatter a mountain. In an instant, more than 100 palm imprints shot out. After shattering that dozen-meter-long blade light, they transformed into a long river of palm imprints that surged endlessly, incomparably scorching as they blasted towards Yin Shan and Chu Zhongyang. Piercer had already used his movement technique to retreat. His strong bow was in hand, and he pulled the bowstring to its fullest. An extremely sharp arrow locked onto Yin Shan from afar. Piercer's fingers loosened, and the arrow turned into a streak of light that pierced through the air. It shot towards Yin Shan as if nothing could stop it. It made Yin Shan's hair stand on end, and his eyebrows twitched. It seemed like his entire body was about to be pierced through. It was extremely frightening. Leave it to me. A voice like smoke drifted into Yin Shan's ears, calming him down. It was Hong Yin. She had made her move. As soon as she made her move, her long whip danced like a dragon snake. Her figure was like a red mist that rippled in all directions. The long whip transformed into countless threads, layer upon layer, and spread out like ripples in water. They wrapped around each other, and the arrow that seemed like it could pierce through the heavens and earth slowly slowed down. It was sent flying by Yin Mo's palm. Piercer immediately drew his bow and shot a second arrow. Chu Zhongyang raised his hand and pointed a finger. Immediately, a fiery red energy condensed from his finger and emitted a dazzling light like lava. It also emitted an extremely hot aura as it shot out in an instant, causing Chun Zong's expression to turn solemn. The last time they had fought was in the territory of the Profound Origin Dynasty. At that time, both sides had just broken through to the Saint Realm. At that time, the martial arts that Chu Zhongyang used were also his own Dao fusion martial arts. But now this finger was not. It was a finger of pure fire Dao intent because Chu Zhongyang also understood that at this stage, he should focus on developing his Dao intent and not fusing them together. Only when he had continuously developed his Dao intent and truly grasped how to use it freely could he then fuse them together. Even though it was not a fusion of Dao intents and was only a pure fire Dao intent, the power of this finger was even more tyrannical. Moreover, this fire Dao intent was not a low-grade Dao intent, but a middle-grade Dao intent that had been comprehended to the fourth revolution. Its power was astonishing. In terms of fire Dao intent, although Chunzong had also reached the fourth revolution, it was only a low-grade Dao intent, so there was still a big gap between the two of them. Chunzong did not intend to prolong the battle with Chu Zhongyang, and he slashed out with his sword. Extreme Heart Sword style. This was the third revolution Heart Sword Dao intent. It was incomparably fast, like a streak of light piercing through the sky. As the sword rose, it came from the heart, and the speed of the sword was astonishing. This sword was extremely fast, so fast that it was incomparable. Moreover, its power was incomparably condensed. Chu Zhongyang's finger was penetrated in an instant, and the sword light shot towards Chu Zhongyang like a hot knife through butter. Chu Zhongyang's expression changed drastically. In terms of cultivation, Chu Zhongyang was currently at the early Fourth Heaven Saint realm, the same as Chunzong. However, because of the secret art he cultivated, Chunzong's cultivation was slightly inferior to Chu Zhongyang's. After all, the grand mystery art was incomparable to the secret art of the Xian King shocks the world. But this sword made Chu Zhongyang's hair stand on end, as if his entire body was about to be pierced through. A high-grade Dao intent, heart sword Dao intent, that had reached the third revolution was even more terrifying. True Sun absolute kill. As he shouted, Chu Zhongyang clenched his fist. An array of light lit up in the center of his palm. It was like a small ball of scorching sun, exuding shocking heat and heat. True Sun Dao intent. This was a type of Yang Dao intent, and it was a high-grade Dao intent. It had also reached the third revolution, and its power was not inferior to the Heart Sword Dao intent in the slightest. Boom! The True Sun Dao intent that was the size of an infant's fist blasted out in an instant, emitting an incomparably intense light that illuminated the surroundings. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he executed the illusory Net 9 transformations. 8 figures intertwined, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the illusory. In an instant, they closed in on Chu Zhongyang. Scarlet light. The fourth revolution fired Dao intense sword was shockingly fast, and it tore through the air like a streak of scarlet light. Vaguely, Chunzong felt as if the scorching heat in the surroundings was being drawn towards him. But right now, in a battle of life and death, he did not have the time to properly comprehend it. Compared to that day, Chu Zhongyang's strength had improved greatly, and Chunzong's strength had similarly improved greatly. Both of them were peerless geniuses of their generation, and both of them were people that had broken records. Their strengths were formidable, and their minds were tenacious. A fierce battle unfolded just like that. Chunzong had cultivated the martial techniques of wind, martial techniques of lightning, martial techniques of sword, and martial techniques of fire. Moreover, he'd cultivated all of them to the advanced realm. At this moment, as soon as he executed them, the might of every single move was extremely shocking, and he alternated them with ease. Shadowless wind. The speed of his sword was extremely swift, and the sound it produced was subtle, causing it to be difficult for others to notice. Stormbreaker. Suddenly, its might erupted, and it was as if a hurricane had passed through and destroyed a city, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Thunderlight strike. Every single move was used alternately, and it was fast, powerful, ruthless, and accurate. There seemed to be no flaw in the exchange of moves. Countless red, azure, and violet sword lights blasted out, and it caused Chu Zhongyang's expression to go pale. As a peerless genius of his generation, Chu Zhongyang was naturally clearly aware of the importance of one's foundation. He'd similarly cultivated 3 types of basic Dao intent martial techniques, because he comprehended 3 types of Dao intent. True Yang Dao intent, Blazing Flame Dao intent, Raging Gale Dao intent. But Chunzong had actually comprehended 4 types of Dao intent, and at the same time that this caused Chu Zhongyang to be shocked, he also had an indescribable feeling. Moreover, Chunzong had shockingly cultivated all 4 types of basic Dao intent martial techniques to the mastery stage, whereas Chu Zhongyang had only cultivated 1 type to the mastery stage and the other 2 to the initial stage. In this aspect, he was completely inferior to Chunzong. I'm unwilling. Intense unwillingness gushed out into Chu Zhongyang's heart. I'm the strongest genius in the world, and no one is able to compare to me. How could a person of lowly birth have the qualifications to compare with me? How could he have the qualifications to surpass me? That was impossible. Chapter 1500. Death Ruins Battlefield. Withered forest. Charred trees stood tall, and the ground was similarly charred black. Not a single blade of grass grew, as if it had been burned by the flames of destruction. Both of the dragon's arms swelled up, his muscles bulged, and his veins surged like dragons and snakes rising from the ground. He emitted an extremely tyrannical aura fluctuation. Behind him, there was even an illusory image of a dragon python that stood in the air, and it emitted an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. Mang Long attacked with his full strength. His fists were like a drum that struck the heavens. 10 punches. 100 punches. Those terrifying fists were filled with a layer of overbearing chaos heavenly force, as if they wanted to shatter the space in front of them. The terrifying fist energy brought about a storm that raged in all directions, directly destroying all the withered trees within a few thousand meters, turning them into dust. Snowblade's expression was cold as he unsheathed his long saber. Suddenly, a dazzling saber light shot out. The saber light was shocking, and a chill swept out. It was as if countless snowflakes had filled the sky, freezing everything in their path. Ing Yi's eyes were extremely sharp, and his eyes were incomparably bright. It was as if he could see through all illusions. 3 arrows were knocked on his bow, and he locked onto the 3 members of the giant martial team. At the best time, he shot out his 3 most powerful arrows. In a crying ghost gorge, waves of wind blew. When they blew through the narrow space, they pressed against each other, as if ghosts were crying, causing one's heart to palpitate. The dark, cold spear fluttered in the wind, bringing with it a mysterious black aura that pierced through the air, piercing through the waves of wind. Iron Wall held a giant shield in his hand, blocking the attacks for the dark, cold spear. Swift Shadow's figure flickered as he wandered around, occasionally interfering and looking for an opportunity to kill in one strike. The giant martial team had applied for a wager battle because they were confident in their own strength, but the Heavenly Halberd team wasn't weak either. In the end, their talents weren't bad, and they were all cultivating diligently. The gap between them wouldn't be so obvious, and victory wouldn't be so easily determined. In a lava field, Heavenly Halberd and giant martial team were evenly matched, and they fought endlessly. Because these 2 men had the highest cultivation and were the strongest, there was no one else within a few thousand meters of them, making it impossible for anyone to interfere. After all, each of their attacks was so powerful that just the aftershocks alone were enough to seriously injure an ordinary 6th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. Hong Yin and the Flame Demon worked together to resist Cloud Piercer's arrows and Yin Shan's attacks. For a moment, it was hard to determine the victor. In another place, Chun Zong and Chu Zhong were fighting. Everyone could see the battle of heaven. From the looks of it, it won't be that easy to determine the victor, said one of the generals. Indeed, the strength of both sides is almost equal. Everyone's cultivation base was high, their strength was powerful, and their eyes were sharp. Naturally, they could see some things. Lifeless Sword Chun Zong's perception is indeed extraordinary. To be able to comprehend 4 Dao insights, one's comprehension was extremely astonishing. After all, many Saint Realm cultivators had only comprehended 1 Dao insight. If they wanted to comprehend a 2nd Dao insight, the difficulty would be many times greater. Only true peerless geniuses would have such a chance. Mastering 3 was even more amazing, and mastering 4 was unimaginable. Of course, amongst the 4 Dao insights that Chun Zong had grasped, 1 was at the high grade, and the other 3 were at the low grade. On the other hand, amongst the 3 Dao insights that Chu Zhongyang had grasped, 1 was at the high grade, and the other 2 were at the mid grade. Chun Zong's sword seemed to be assisted by the gods. Every strike was exquisite, and every move was executed perfectly. Chu Zhongyu couldn't do anything about it. Chu Zhongyu had to use all his strength to resist. Even though it was a basic Dao insight martial technique, its level was low, and its might couldn't be considered to be strong, but when executed under Chun Zong's sword, it was extremely terrifying. Extreme Heart Sword Style. The sword pierced through the sky, and its power was terrifying. Chu Zhongyu had to use all his strength to block the sword, and he was furious. Mysterious King. Chu Zhongyu erupted, and the world's yuan qi in the surroundings surged and gathered. It was completely out of everyone's control. Chun Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Mysterious King's world-shocking strike. Chu Zhongyu was going to use that attack again. He had faced that attack before, and it was difficult to resist. If it wasn't for the Xian army's commander, he would have been injured. Now, he had to face this attack again. An indescribable sense of helplessness arose. It wasn't that Shenzong hadn't thought about it, but he hadn't found an effective way to resist this attack, unless he didn't need to use the world's yuan qi to execute his martial arts. But that was impossible. If he didn't use the world's yuan qi to merge into his martial arts, its power would be reduced by a lot. If his strength was much greater than his opponent's, he could ignore it. But now, he didn't have an advantage over Chu Zhongyu. Facing the mysterious king's world-shocking strike, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to block it. How could he break it? Shenzong's thoughts turned as fast as lightning. The world's yuan qi surged and gathered in Chu Zhongyu's arms. It became docile, like a tamed tiger, completely under Chu Zhongyu's control. It condensed and became more and more terrifying, and the aura it emitted became more and more terrifying. World-shocking. As Chu Zhongyu's name exploded from his mouth, the world's yuan qi became denser and more condensed. Terrifying. Incomparably terrifying. It was even more terrifying than that day in the Xian army camp. Because of the lava field, it was filled with an indescribable heat. The Xian King shocking the world technique is too powerful. That's the #1 cultivation technique in the Xianyuan dynasty. It's incomparable. Yes, the Xian King shocking the world attack is extremely overbearing and unparalleled. The general sighed. There was nothing they could do about it. Sometimes the difference in cultivation techniques could be fatal. Xueling, this time, it's been proven that Tianheng is more outstanding than Lifeless Sword. General Tsang Ye's voice rang out with a smile. Not necessarily, General Xueling said coldly. However, he wasn't confident. The Xian King shocking the world attack was too powerful. Chu Zhongyu's eyes were blazing, and his killing intent was like the sun as he stared at Shenzong. He swore to kill Shenzong with this attack. Shenzong's heart sank, but he wasn't afraid. At most he would die. Disregarding life and death, the only thing left was to stimulate one's own potential in the midst of life and death, allowing oneself to improve even further. Shenzong knew very well that the path of cultivation was about fighting for a lifetime, not just a moment. A moment of victory or defeat didn't mean anything. As long as he didn't die, there was hope for him to improve. He had to accept defeat with a calm mind and rise in the face of adversity, going against the current. Whether he succeeded or failed, it was a kind of training for him. If he won, he wouldn't be arrogant. If he lost, he wouldn't be discouraged. He had to be refined, pure, strong, and strong. Since there was no way to defend against it, then he would explode with all his strength and use everything he had to resist this attack and seek survival in the midst of death. The 20th level of the Daxian art was fully activated, and he didn't hold back at all. The celestial crystal tyrant body was also activated to the extreme. His aura filled the area. The dowel of the heart sword was also pushed to the extreme. It was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through everything and directly attack one's mind. This kind of sharpness made Chu Zhongyang feel shocked, and he was even more determined to kill Shenzong this time. Although this attack wouldn't be a true death, it could still further cultivate his confidence and condense his aura. Attack! The last word resounded in all directions. Chu Zhongyu's body floated in the air, and the light condensed in his hands was as vast as the sun. Boom! The light of the sun, like the end of the world, descended, turning the surroundings into a vacuum. Shenzong couldn't breathe. Zhu Wu and Tianji also paused in their battle, shocked by this attack. It was too shocking. Although Chu Zhongyu's cultivation was only at the early 4th level of the Saint Rudiment stage, this attack could threaten and even kill an ordinary 6th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Flame Mountain, Flame Demon, Hongyan, Cloud Piercer. The four people's expressions changed drastically. They felt that if they were in Chu Zhongyu's place, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. This was especially true for Hongyan. Her cultivation was not even at the 6th level of the Saint Rudiment stage. so she probably wouldn't be able to block it. In that instant, the Xian King's world-shocking strike transformed into a terrifying force that shattered the vacuum. The dead magma seemed to be attracted by it and shot up into the sky. It was a magnificent and terrifying sight. In the blink of an eye, a sudden change occurred. Han Yin burst out at full speed, turning into a wisp of smoke that quickly spread out. With a shake of her long whip, a powerful force burst out. It seemed to have turned from soft to hard as it lashed out at Chunzong. She was going all out. This was unexpected. Han Yin, Chunzong, who was mobilizing all the energy in his body, was shocked. You saved me that day. This time, it's my turn to save you. Han Yan's voice rang out as her whip collided with the Xian King's world-shocking strike. Although Han Yan's cultivation was at the 5th level Saint Rudiment stage, her strength was not weak. She could reach the level of an ordinary 6th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator when she unleashed her full strength. The earth-shattering collision instantly exploded. The terrifying force spread out in all directions. The roar was vast and mighty, as if the earth was breaking apart. Han Yan's strength was not weak, but the Xian King's world-shocking strike seemed to be even more terrifying. Under that attack, Han Yin immediately vomited blood. Waves of light flickered on her body, as if she was about to be extinguished. That was the power of the formation membrane. If the light was extinguished, Han Yin would die. Fortunately, Han Yin's strength was strong enough and withstood it by the skin of her teeth. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying light burst out in an instant, piercing through the void. Before anyone could react, it pierced through Han Yin. An arrow. It was a sharp arrow that had been shot by the cloud piercer. In an instant, Han Yin, who had been pierced, turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Die! Chunzong exploded with all his strength. His speed was extremely fast, and he shot out like a bolt of lightning. Lifeless sword style. As for Chu Zhongyang, who had used the Xian King's world-shocking strike, he had an extremely short time to recover. In this fleeting moment, Chu Zhongyang's reaction and resistance were the weakest, and Chunzong happened to catch him. The sword cut through space and extinguished all life. There was only death. Kill. Chapter 1501. Lifeless sword style. When the sword was drawn, there was only death. The sword light filled the sky, and the killing intent was earth-shattering. What a powerful sword move. There is only death. It's a good sword move. The generals nodded in agreement. They could tell whether the sword move was good or not. Even though Chu Zhongyang had unleashed another attack, he was still a fraction slower. That fraction of a second was the difference between life and death. Slash. Chu Zhongyang's body trembled, and his expression froze. The formation around him flickered, and he turned into a streak of light, flying away. At the same time, Chunzong's body also flickered. Han Yin reappeared in the White Fortress's camp. She immediately rushed out of the fortress and rushed towards the lava field. Chu Zhongyang also reappeared in the Black Fortress's camp. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Dead. He had actually been killed once, and it was by the lifeless sword Chunzong. Even though he couldn't block or dodge the attack, it was still humiliating to be killed by his opponent. Chunzong, I'm going to torture you to death. Chu Zhongyang's eyes were like a ghost, and his voice was as cold as a knife. Ever since he was born, his life had been smooth sailing. Among his peers, no one had been able to contend with him, let alone injure or even kill him. Now, he had been killed by someone from a small place. Even though it wasn't a true death, he had used up one of his chances of dying. If it had been a real battle, he would have died. Unforgivable. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Chu Zhongyang's body, and it soared into the sky. It was as if it wanted to shatter the heavens. Boom. In an instant, his aura broke through the limit and reached a new height. Mid-4th Heaven Saint Realm. Chu Zhongyang's cultivation had advanced by a small level due to his anger and murderous intent. In terms of cultivation, Chu Zhongyang was already superior to Chunzong. Now that he had broken through, he was even more superior. Everyone watching the battle suddenly looked amused. Earlier, Chenzong had been able to kill Chu Zhongyang because Hong Yin had blocked the mysterious king's attack for Chenzong. Otherwise, Chenzong would have used up one of his chances of dying. However, for cultivators, while the process was important, the result was even more important. Victory or defeat, life and death, everything was that simple. As for the process, with his own strength, or did he borrow the strength of others? That wasn't the most important thing. Being able to borrow the strength of others or have others lend a helping hand was also considered one's own ability. Of course, it would be best to rely on oneself. After all, external forces were still external forces and could not be borrowed for a long time. Only one's own strength was the most real and permanent. Chu Zhongyang, whose cultivation had broken through to the mid-fourth heaven saint rudiment stage, was even faster. Like a streak of sunlight, he shot toward the lava field. Inside the lava field, the battle between Tianji and Zhu Wu began once again, and it was extremely intense. Yin Shan swung his blade towards the flame demon, while Cloud Piercer, who had killed Red Smoke, once again drew his bow and shot an arrow towards the flame demon. As long as the flame demon was killed, the remaining lifeless sword would be quickly dealt with. At that time, he could use his archery skills to reinforce Captain Giant Warrior and kill Heavenly Halberd. However, the flame demon's strength was tyrannical. Under his full strength, he was able to resist the combined attack of Yin Shan and Cloud Piercer for a while. As for Chenzong, he seemed to have turned into a statue as he stood there without moving. His eyes were focused in front of him. That was a lake of magma. Because of the Shen King's world-shaking attack, it had erupted. Although it had calmed down at this moment, there were countless bubbles emerging and bursting, releasing shockingly hot waves. At the same time, countless lights seemed to appear in Chenzong's mind. It was as if the bubbles were growing and bursting. The Tao of fire surged endlessly, turning into a scorching aura that spread around Chenzong. Instantly, the scorching aura of the lava lake seemed to be drawn towards Chenzong, wrapping around Chenzong. Like wisps of smoke, they seeped into Chenzong's body. Rise! Scorching heat rose, like a raging inferno that wanted to burn everything. The Tao of Firestone on his chest also released an extremely mysterious aura. This scene of Chenzong instantly attracted the attention of many people. Traces of ripples appeared in Kill Master's calm eyes. However, no one noticed. A large amount of the scorching aura of the lava entered his body, and the Tao of Firestone blossomed. For a moment, Chenzong's Tao of Fire underwent a transformation. Scorching, burning. Chenzong seemed to see a ball of flames become scorching, burning fiercely, and covering the heavens and the earth, transforming into a sea of fire. A tyrannical aura also suffused the air. The transformation of the Tao of Fire. Earthly Fire Tao Intent. The Earthly Fire Tao Intent was an intermediate grade Tao Intent. Although they were both at the fourth revolution, the might of the Earthly Fire Tao Intent was much stronger than the Tao of Fire. In this way, it was equivalent to increasing Chenzong's ability. Earthly Fire Tao Intent. Chenzong restrained his scorching aura, and his eyes emitted a bright light. That bright light was like a raging inferno burning the sky. In an instant, Chenzong grasped the Earthly Fire Tao Intent. Compared to the Tao of Fire, the Earthly Fire Tao Intent had some changes. But Chenzong still wasn't completely clear of the specific changes, and he needed to use it to know. Since he'd already broken through, then it was time to make a move now. Kill. Executing lightning devastation. Chenzong transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed through the sky and approached Flame Mountain. This method was the same as Hong Yin. It wasn't that Chenzong didn't attack Piercing Cloud, but Piercing Cloud had a cultivation at the 6th level of the Saint Rudiment stage. His strength was tyrannical, and his movement technique was superb. It was difficult to approach, and even if he approached, he might not be a match for Piercing Cloud with his current strength. Chenzong's addition instantly relieved the pressure on the Flame Devil. Heart Domain. A 300-meter heart domain spread out covering the surroundings. Instantly, everything within a 300-meter radius was under his control. Piercing clouds, arrow tore through the sky and arrived, entering the range of the heart domain, and was instantly captured by Chunzong's perception. A sword tore through the sky. Crimson light. The sword's speed was shocking, and when it struck the arrow, a rebounding force rushed over, causing Chunzong's arm to tremble. However, the arrow also deviated from its course and failed to hit the Flame Devil. Executing Crimson Light with Earthly Fire Dao insight, its power and sword speed didn't increase significantly, Chunzong thought to himself. Then, he attacked with his sword. Exploding flames. It was another sword attack powered by Earthly Fire Dao insight. As soon as he attacked, the blazing red sword light blasted out in an incomparably violent manner, filled with extremely shocking explosive power, mercilessly blasting towards Flame Mountain. This sword attack was under the heart domain, and it just happened to blast towards Flame Mountain's weak point. The Heavenly Halberd team had practiced and had a tacit understanding of each other. So in an instant, the Flame Devil also seized this opportunity and blasted out with both palms. Bright red palm prints burned with boundless raging flames, blasting towards Flame Mountain. Flame Mountain's expression changed drastically. Although Chunzong's sword attack was powerful, it wasn't much of a threat. The real threat was the Flame Devil's attack. However, if he ignored Chunzong's attack and was hit, it wouldn't feel good either. He would more or less be affected, and it would be disadvantageous to him. After the first attack, Chunzong immediately attacked with a second attack. Ember. With this attack, the flames of Ember burned even more terrifyingly than before, as if it wanted to burn heaven and earth into ashes. Immediately, Chunzong knew the difference between Earthly Fire Dao insight and Fire Dao insight. Earthly Fire Dao insight focused more on burning and high temperature, and it was shockingly blazing. Therefore, it didn't improve Crimson Light, but it improved exploding flames and Ember very obviously. The power of those two sword techniques increased by several times. Earthly Fire. The flames that originated from the earth were filled with shocking explosive power and high temperature, burning everything. Ember's attack instantly caused Flame Mountain's expression to change again. He brandished his heavy saber, and in an instant, more than a dozen saber lights shocked the world. After shattering exploding flames and Ember, another saber slashed towards Chunzong, while the other saber lights all shot towards the Flame Devil. Chunzong's silhouette flickered unceasingly as he executed the illusory Net 9 transformations to the limit, barely dodging the saber strike. All of a sudden, his hair stood on end as an arrow pierced through the air, bringing with it an extreme killing intent. It was Piercer. However, Chunzong's expression was calm, and he wasn't surprised at all. When that arrow shot towards him, it was already within the range of his domain of heart, and was sensed by Chunzong. Sword, sword, sword. In an instant, Chunzong brandished his sword many times. The sword lights were blazing and incomparably powerful, and they all slashed at the arrow, causing the arrow's speed to decrease slightly, and he narrowly avoided it. He took a step forward, and his shoulders shook slightly as he once again charged towards Flame Mountain. Extreme Heart Sword Style. This attack was extremely fast, as if it was aimed directly at the mind, causing Flame Mountain's mind to tremble slightly, and he was momentarily distracted. Seizing the opportunity, the Flame Devil's power erupted, and blazing flames ignited around his body. As the flames rose, they instantly condensed into a 3-meter-tall flame giant, and he abruptly attacked. Flame Devil Art. This was the reason why the Flame Devil chose this title. Executing the Flame Devil art also meant that the Flame Devil had exploded with all his strength. One attack. Boom. It was earth-shattering, causing Flame Mountain's expression to change greatly. He could only give up on Chunzong and attack with all his strength. Frightening power poured into his heavy blade, and the blade light was scarlet red as it slashed through the air. At the same time, Piercer's arrow pierced through the air, shooting towards Chunzong. Compared to Eagle Wing, Piercer's arrow was sharper and more frightening. Of course, Eagle Wing's arrow was more nimble. A long whip suddenly shot out from the side, and with a sudden shake, it burst forth with astonishing power, as if a dragon or snake was dancing, causing the air to explode. It was Hong Yin. Hong Yin had already rushed to the lava grounds and was just in time to act, intercepting Piercer's killing arrow. With Hong Yin's strength, she didn't need to block it and only needed to make the arrow's trajectory shift. Lifeless sword style, Chun Zong ignored the arrow and exploded with all his strength, using celestial crystal tyrant body and completely attacking with his sword. It was an absolute certainty that there was no chance of survival. This sword immediately caused Flame Mountain's hair to stand on end, because at this very moment, he was exploding with all his strength against the Flame Devil, and had no strength to resist this sword. Piercer also had Hong Yin to block it, and Chu Zhongyang was a bit slower. Kill. Lifeless sword style attacked, breaking through Flame Mountain's defense, and the extremely shocking sword edge immediately cut into Flame Mountain's body. The extremely frightening sword Qi wreaked havoc, crazily twisting and turning within Flame Mountain's body. With Flame Mountain's strength, it was enough to resist, but unfortunately, he was now facing the full strength attack of the Flame Devil. Light flickered, and Flame Mountain turned into a ray of light, quickly leaving. Death once. But this time, it wasn't Qinzong who killed him, but only injured him, and was killed by the Flame Devil. Thus, the Flame Devil increased his chances of death by 1. First, Chu Zhongyang had died, and now Flame Mountain had died. This was different from what he had expected. Even though his will was strong, Zhu Wu's heart couldn't help but waver. Chapter 1502. Great halberd soared through the air, breaking a mountain in one strike. Like a flood dragon emerging from the abyss, it soared into the sky, controlling the 9 heavens. It was ferocious beyond compare, crushing everything in its path. Piercing Cloud's complexion suddenly changed. His strength was far inferior to heavenly halberds. If he was struck, he would undoubtedly die. Even if he was only touched, it would be difficult for him to survive. The arrow shot out, but it was instantly shattered. Piercing Cloud pushed his movement technique to the limit, leaving behind layers upon layers of afterimages. It was like a gust of wind blowing in all directions, endlessly revolving around him. Boom! Piercing Cloud barely managed to dodge this attack. It crashed into the lava lake, immediately exploding. A torrent of lava soared into the sky, reaching several hundred meters. It was incomparably terrifying, swallowing everything. Piercing Cloud trembled with fear. The temperature of the lava was absolutely terrifying. If he was caught up in it, even with his own strength, he would be thrown into confusion. Dodge again, but suddenly the whip lashed out, making an incomparably ear-piercing sound, like thunder exploding in his ears. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the shadow of the whip. It was like a flood dragon swinging its tail, enough to shatter a mountain. He pushed his movement technique to the limit, almost turning into nothingness, narrowly avoiding this attack. But a hair-raising sense of danger pervaded from the depths of his heart. Lifeless sword style, extreme killing intent, incomparably swift and fierce, filled the air. His movement technique had already been pushed to the limit. He could no longer use it. He forced himself to turn around, holding his bow horizontally in front of him, blocking Qinzong's sword. Qinzong's full-strength sword strike might not be able to kill Piercing Cloud, but it still posed a considerable threat. Seizing this opportunity, Hong Yin lashed out again. Piercing Cloud could no longer resist this attack. He was directly struck, and a terrifying power erupted. Piercing Cloud was sent flying. Flame Demon's palm struck, causing Piercing Cloud to vomit blood again and again. Sword light flashed, cutting through the air. It was extremely violent, burning wreckage. Smoke Dragon's 9 rotations. Hong Yin shouted. Her whip trembled, and as if it had transformed into a red smoke dragon, it instantly spun 9 times, exploding with full strength. It directly struck the heavily wounded Piercing Cloud's chest. Under this attack, Piercing Cloud's body violently trembled. The light barrier on his body flickered endlessly. Only Ju Wu was left. Ju Wu, will you have to compete with me? Heavenly Halberd took the opportunity to ask. His words were like sharp blades that stabbed into Ju Wu's heart. Originally, he had been brimming with confidence when he applied for the gambling match, but he hadn't expected that the difference would be so great. First, Chu Zhongyang had been killed. Then, Yin Shan had been killed. Now, Piercing Cloud had been killed. Although they managed to kill one of their opponents, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. At the same time, Chu Zhongyang also hurried over, just in time to see the scene of Piercer being killed. If he hadn't wasted any time in the White Fortress, perhaps Chuanyan wouldn't have died. However, Chu Zhongyang didn't feel much. At this moment, there was only an extremely sharp killing intent in his heart as he stared at Qinzong. However, due to the disparity in numbers, Chu Zhongyang stopped in his tracks and did not rush over directly. After all, he was only one person. If he rushed over, he would face Qinzong, Hong Yin, and the Flame Devil. There was no doubt he would die. Kill! The Flame Devil roared. Taking the lead, he transformed into a ball of blazing flames and rapidly rushed forward, closing in on Chu Zhongyang. Chu Zhongyang's expression changed slightly. His 5 fingers clasped together, and a ball of blazing sunlight condensed. He suddenly flung it out, directly striking the Flame Devil. At the same time, he rapidly retreated. "I'll help you." Yin Shan's voice sounded, rapidly approaching, causing Chu Zhongyang's heart to settle. With Yin Shan's arrival, the two of them working together wouldn't be so easily killed. Piercing Cloud would also quickly rush over. Yin Shan's blade slashed forward, his eyes fixed on the Flame Devil. Just now, he had been killed by the Flame Devil. This time, he would definitely kill his way back. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them formed a formation. Qinzong, the Flame Devil, and Hong Yin laid down a mysterious god-killing formation, rushing towards Yin Shan and Chu Zhongyang. Yin Shan and Chu Zhongyang also laid down a mysterious god-killing formation. A piercing cloud arrow pierced through the air, and then an extremely sharp sound rang out. It was Piercing Cloud. As soon as he appeared in the fortress, Piercing Cloud immediately rushed over at full speed. With Piercing Cloud's addition, the pressure on Yin Shan and Chu Zhongyang immediately decreased sharply. "Qinzong, do you dare to fight me?" Chu Zhongyang's words were sharp. "Then let's fight." Qinzong's eyes shone with an incomparably sharp brilliance, fearless. Even if he couldn't block Chu Zhongyang's mysterious king's world-shocking strike, should he retreat and be afraid because of it? No. If he blindly retreated, then it would be even more difficult to face him in the future. A swordsman should be fearless. Chu Zhongyang didn't directly use the mysterious king's world-shocking strike. That was an ultimate move, and it wasn't that cheap. Moreover, now that his cultivation had broken through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage, his strength was even more powerful. Even if he didn't use the mysterious king's world-shocking strike, it was enough to suppress and kill Qinzong. As soon as the attack arrived, Qinzong's sword slashed through the air. Earth fired Dao intent, exploding flames. The sword light was blazing and extremely violent, causing Chu Zhongyang's expression to change instantly. He felt that the sword was much stronger than before. Ashes. When the second sword attack came out, Chu Zhongyang felt his hair stand on end, as if he was about to be burned to ashes. How could this be? Could it be that Qinzong also had a breakthrough when he broke through to the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage? Did he become even stronger? The two of them fell into a fierce battle once again. Every attack was extremely powerful. Sword chi swept out, causing the lava to explode and surge up again and again. The surrounding temperature gradually rose. Qinzong realized that when he used the Crimson Hell sword technique in this high temperature, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Not only was the speed at which he condensed energy faster, but the power had also increased slightly. The earth-fire Tao intent had a more obvious effect on the surrounding lava's heat. This was the geographical advantage. Under the heart domain, the trajectory of Chu Zhongyang's moves could be clearly grasped. Finger technique, palm technique. Chu Zhongyang continued to use his moves and changed them. Every attack was light and heavy, and the strong and weak intertwined freely, displaying an unfathomable attainment in martial arts. However, Chunzong's sword technique was even more brilliant. Every sword attack came naturally, and no matter how Chu Zhongyang attacked, he was able to block them all and counterattack. The more they fought, the more gloomy Chu Zhongyang's expression became. All kinds of martial arts were displayed, but they were unable to do anything to Chunzong. The only move that could threaten Chunzong was that one move, Xian King's startling strike. Did he have to use Xian King's startling strike every time to defeat his opponent? In the end, he still had too few moves. Some of the moves that he had cultivated in the half-saint realm could no longer keep up. His time in the saint realm was too short. The yuan qi of heaven and earth suddenly surged. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately knew that Chu Zhongyang was going to use Xian King startling strike again. One move to dominate the world. If he didn't have a way to defend against it, then he still wouldn't be able to resist this attack. The yuan qi of heaven and earth surged from all directions and gathered. It quickly condensed in Chu Zhongyang's hands, and the light was dazzling. The higher Chu Zhongyang's cultivation, the stronger the Xian King's startling strike would be. The higher the level of the Xian King's startling strike, the stronger the Xian King's startling strike would be. Retreat. In an instant, Chunzong, who felt the blazing yuan qi of heaven and earth gathering toward Chu Zhongyang, quickly retreated. Under the Xian King's startling strike, his attack would only be broken down. He wouldn't be able to hurt Chu Zhongyang at all, unless his strength was much greater than Chu Zhongyang's. But if his strength was much greater than Chu Zhongyang's, he could still resist with his own strength. Since he couldn't resist the Xian King's startling strike head-on, then he would temporarily avoid it and look for an opportunity to counterattack. This was the only method that Chunzong could think of at the moment. After all, although the Xian King's startling strike was powerful, the amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth it could absorb was not infinite. There was only a certain range. Chu Zhongyang's Xian King's startling strike was only at the entry level, so it was even more limited. As he retreated, Chunzong felt the astonishing yuan qi flowing past him. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Could he also control the yuan qi of heaven and earth and gather it for his own use? Normally, when he used martial arts, the mysteries of martial arts would naturally gather the yuan qi of heaven and earth into the power of heaven and earth. He didn't need to take the initiative, but the Xian King's startling strike was absorbed by his own will. It was more domineering and powerful. Then could he do it? Others might not be able to, but it was possible for him. Heart domain. Chunzong retreated rapidly, out of the range of the Xian King startling strike. He retreated to the side of the lava lake and immediately compressed his heart domain. 300 meters compressed to 200 meters, and then to 100 meters. Within a 100-meter heart domain, Chunzong instantly felt the yuan qi of heaven and earth within a 100-meter radius become increasingly clear and intense. He even had a feeling that he could control it. Immediately, Chunzong mobilized the Tao intent of earth fire. With the Tao intent of earth fire as a guide and the heart domain exerting force, the blazing yuan qi within a 100-meter radius immediately gathered. This feeling of control was very wonderful. The blazing yuan qi within a 100-meter radius instantly gathered on the scarlet hellfire flowing sword, covering it and turning it into a faint flame that burned. Immediately, the blazing aura from the lava lake surged into the 100-meter heart domain and was once again absorbed by Chunzong. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Once, twice, thrice, time after time, the blazing yuan qi was absorbed and condensed. The flames on the scarlet hellfire flowing sword became more and more intense and gradually flowed. Chu Zhongyang leaped high into the air and approached Chunzong. A ball of blazing energy condensed between his hands, and the light was as intense as the sun. Boom! A strike blasted out. It was as if the true sun had fallen, shattering and burning everything. Chunzong's eyes suddenly focused as he slashed out with his sword. Ember. This was the most powerful strike of the Scarlet Hellfire sword technique. At this moment, after absorbing a large amount of blazing yuan qi, its power seemed to have increased by quite a bit. Boom! The two rays of light collided. It was as if flames were colliding and instantly exploded, bursting forth with unparalleled power that destroyed everything. Ember's sword was only able to resist for a moment before it was shattered. The remaining power of the Xian King's startling strike carried with it a terrifying power. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in all directions was also disturbed, becoming chaotic and difficult to control. Chunzong took a deep breath. His sword moved violently. The sword and sword connected, and the sword qi turned into a long river that surged with boundless heat. Slash, slash, slash. Every strike was shattered, but every strike was also weakening the Xian King's startling strike bit by bit. When the Xian King's startling strike's power arrived in front of him, Chunzong immediately used the illusory Luo 9 transformation technique, and the 8 figures dispersed. Boom! The 8 figures were engulfed by the terrifying red light. That was the power of the Xian King startling strike. Even though most of it had been neutralized, it was still extremely terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open. They wanted to see if Chunzong could withstand that blazing red light. He still couldn't withstand the strike. Chapter 1503. Light surged and thousands of elephants galloped. The aura was blazing and violent like a hurricane that swept in all directions without stopping. Chu Zhongyang's face was filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? The first time, the Xian King's world-shocking strike failed to hit Chunzong because of the red smoke. But this time, there was no interference from others. It also hit Chunzong, but failed to kill him. The formation membrane on Chunzong's body flickered for a while and then retracted. This meant that the power of that strike was not enough to cause fatal damage to Chunzong. Chunzong also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had blocked it. His sudden inspiration allowed him to use his heart domain to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi into the remnant sword. In the end, he blocked the Xian King's world-shocking strike. Of course, this was also because Chu Zhongyang's Xian King's world-shocking strike was only at the entry level. If the Xian King's world-shocking strike was at the entry level, Chunzong would not be able to block this strike at all. He would be instantly destroyed. Although the Xian King's world-shocking strike was powerful, it had a flaw. It could not be used continuously. After using it once, the user would be stunned for a short period of time and would need some time to recover before being able to use it again. Therefore, it was often used as a trump card. Taking a deep breath, a blazing aura surged into his lungs and surged in his body. His qi and blood surged violently. His strength was like vast water and surging magma. Swinging the sword light struck the air. It was blazing and extremely fast as it flew towards Chu Zhongyang. Chu Zhongyang's eyes narrowed. His eyes seemed to turn into burning true suns. He raised his arms, and the true suns blazed with boundless true suns. One after another, surging, shooting, piercing through everything. As Chunzong swung the sword, he controlled his heart domain to compress it to 100 meters. He took the initiative to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi and condensed it into the sword, increasing the power of his sword technique. Sometimes it was not that he did not know how to do it, but that he did not think of it. The so-called epiphany was to let him understand that he actually knew more than he did. Before this, Chunzong had never thought of using his heart domain to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi. For a moment, Chu Zhongyang became Chunzong's practice partner. The heaven and earth yuan qi is vast and has many attributes. However, the fire yuan qi is the main element here. If I only absorb the fire yuan qi and use the red hell sword technique, It would be better, Chunzong thought to himself. Stripping away the heaven-earth Yuan Qi and only absorbing the pure fire Yuan Qi, this undoubtedly required even more effort to control. Fortunately, Chunzong's mind was strong enough. He didn't force himself at all, but he was a little slow. However, as time passed, he gradually became more relaxed and at ease. His speed of absorption also became faster and faster. Chu Zhongyang's expression grew more and more serious with each strike. He used all his martial arts techniques, but he couldn't do anything to Chunzong. Vast and mighty Xian Yuan, only I am king. Chu Zhongyang formed a seal with both of his hands. Instantly, an endless amount of heaven and earth Yuan Qi surged into his body. His aura grew exponentially, and his entire person seemed to grow taller. Secret technique, Xian King Battle Body. This was a secret technique that came with the Xian King's World Shocking Strike apart from the Xian King's World Shocking Strike. The Xian King World Shocking Strike was an attack type, while the Xian King Battle Body was an amplification type. This was also the first time Chu Zhongyang used the Xian King Battle Body in a battle with Chunzong. Since the Xian King World Shocking Strike was blocked by Chunzong and couldn't be used again, then he could only use other methods to strengthen himself. Using the Xian King Battle Body, Chu Zhongyang's entire body was filled with crimson energy. It was like the light of the sun, like the fire of the sun. His aura grew exponentially, and so did his strength. He became even more terrifying. Attack. The power of each strike was amplified by the Xian King Battle Body. It increased by at least 30%, and some by 50%. With such strength, even a 10% amplification was very obvious, let alone a 30% or 50% amplification. Instantly, Chunzong felt the pressure increase greatly. Sky Halberd and Giant Warrior fought fiercely without rest. They were evenly matched. Even if they used powerful ultimate techniques, they could only push back the other party. They couldn't defeat or kill the other party, and the other party would quickly adjust and attack again. It was hard to tell who was better. Cloud Piercer and Flame Mountain teamed up, and Hong Yin teamed up with Flame Demon. They were also evenly matched. Chu Zhongyang and Chunzong were also evenly matched. As for the battles in the Withered Forest and Crying Ghost Gorge, there were deaths on both sides, but overall, they were also evenly matched. This kind of battle was the most difficult to determine the winner. Attack! 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 The origin chi of fire in the 100-meter heart domain was completely controlled by Chunzong, and it condensed on the sword in an instant. Immediately, Chunzong expanded his heart domain. In other words, he gradually let go of his control over his heart domain. 200 meters. The larger the area, the stronger the origin chi of heaven and earth it covered. However, because the area expanded, Chunzong's speed and efficiency of absorbing the origin chi of fire decreased again. However, this was only temporary. Because of the decrease in efficiency, Chunzong was gradually at a disadvantage under the attacks of Chu Zhongyang's Xian King Battle Body. However, he stubbornly held on, using Chu Zhongyang's pressure to train himself. Gradually, Chunzong's speed of absorbing the origin chi of fire increased again. It'll be difficult to determine the winner between these two teams. General, he shook his head. I feel that the winner will be determined, but it's hard to predict. Indeed, in my opinion, the key to victory may lie with those two. Immediately, numerous gazes gathered and landed on the two young figures who were fighting fiercely. Although their cultivation was the lowest in the two teams, and their strength was also the lowest, their talents were also the highest. Not only were they the highest in the two teams, but they were also the highest in the entire Shunxian Killer Division. Even the entire Shunxian Army and Xintian Army could be considered the highest level. Such outstanding prodigies were filled with countless possibilities and uncertainties. No one knew when they would suddenly explode and increase their strength greatly. For example, it hadn't been long since the battle started. The other's strength basically didn't change much. Only these two people either had a breakthrough in their cultivation or a transformation in their Tao intent. Improvement. Whether it was Chunzong or Chu Zhongyang, they were both improving slowly in the battle. Chu Zhongyang had already died once and had 2 chances left. Chunzong had 4 chances to die. If Chu Zhongyang used up his 2 chances to die, he would be eliminated. At that time, Chunzong would have no opponent. He could help his teammates, and he could also directly attack the opponent's fortress and obtain victory by destroying the fortress. The key to victory was Chunzong and Chu Zhongyang. It was in their battle. One was a peerless prodigy who had shown amazing talent since young. He was the pride of the Xianyuan dynasty. The other was called Trash since young, but due to a fortuitous encounter, he constantly improved himself and broke through countless obstacles. He was a person who came from a humble background. Heart domain, 300 meters. Chunzong completely released the compression of his heart domain. Under 300 meters, the origin chi of fire was controlled and condensed. However, the efficiency dropped again. Chunzong was once again at a disadvantage. However, Chu Zhongyang wasn't happy at all. It was like this just now. Not long later, Chunzong turned the tables again. Zhenyang. With a low shout, Chu Zhongyang's aura became stronger. Heat gathered from all directions and condensed behind his head, emitting layers of halos. After a fierce battle, Chu Zhongyang had a breakthrough and his strength increased. He suppressed Chunzong and forced Chunzong to retreat. Chunzong's expression was serious and calm. His eyes were sharp. With a sword in hand, he kept blocking Chu Zhongyang's attacks. He kept controlling the origin chi of fire in his heart domain. He kept familiarizing himself with it and improving his control. Finally, all the fire origin energy within the 300-meter radius was under Chunzong's control. It was as easy as moving his fingers. Boom! The origin chi of fire was instantly condensed by Chunzong and added to his sword. It turned into a burning flame. Every time he swung his sword, the power became stronger. Bursting flame, remnant. The power of these 2 sword moves would be much stronger, and he would be able to turn the tables on his opponent. Xian King. Chu Zhongyang condensed the origin chi from all directions again. He could use Xian King's world shocking strike again. This time, he must kill Chunzong. However, this time, Chunzong didn't retreat. The origin chi of heaven and earth in his heart domain was completely under his control. It wasn't affected by Chu Zhongyang. Suddenly, many people were surprised. What kind of ability was this? He actually had the ability to resist the overbearing Xian King's world shocking strike. Although the Xian King's world shocking strike was much weaker than the Xian King's world shocking strike, it was enough to show that Chunzong already had the ability to break or resist the Xian King's world shocking strike. This meant that the Xian King's world shocking strike wouldn't be as effective against Chunzong as before. Earth Fire, Chunzong shouted in a low voice as well. The origin chi of fire within the Xian King's world shocking strike instantly went berserk. In Chunzong's mind, the profundities of the 3 sword moves, Crimson Light, Bursting Flame, and Remnant, as well as the 3 moves of the basic Dao Insight Martial Technique, Fire Martial Technique, emerged in succession. They were stripped away under Chunzong's superb comprehension ability. It was as if the essence was stripped away and then fused together. All the spiritual lights became intense, and all the thoughts became clear. Heaven burning. At the same time that the last 2 words sounded out, Chu Zhongyang's last word also sounded out. Xian King's world shocking strike. An incomparably terrifying strike instantly blasted out. It was as if a true sun was descending, bringing along the power to destroy everything as it descended. It was peerlessly overbearing, and it was known as the king of the world. Earth Fire Burning. This sword was a sword formed by gathering the essence of the Fire Martial Technique and the Crimson Prison Sword Technique. It was comprehended by Chunzong with his powerful soul and superb comprehension ability. It used the Dao insight of Earth Fire as the foundation, the essence of the 2 sword techniques as the branches, and the origin chi of fire controlled by the heart domain as the leaves. It was a sword that surpassed all the power of the past. Even though it was only at its initial stage, It burst forth with incomparably terrifying power in an instant when it was used for the first time. The sword slashed out horizontally, and blazing flames burned fiercely on the sword. It spread out in the blink of an eye, burning fiercely and becoming exuberant, as if it wanted to cover the earth and burn through the sky. The terrifying True Yang strike also descended, bringing destruction and destruction. Falling to the ground, soaring into the sky, up and down, a collision between the strong and the strong. The earth shook, and the sky seemed as if it was about to collapse. The magma in all directions was drawn and exploded into the sky, as if purgatory was about to destroy everything. Chapter 1504. Blazing Red Light. Raging Inferno Skyblast. Rumbling sounds reverberated in all directions, like the roar of a raging wind, rippling in all directions. When the flames dissipated, two figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Chunzong, Chu Zhongyang. He blocked again. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Chu Zhongyang's face twitched. He blocked it again. His Xian King's world-shocking strike was much stronger, but it was blocked again. Chunzong's expression was cold, his eyes sharp. He blocked it. The Xian King's world-shocking strike that he felt helpless against was blocked by him for the second time. Moreover, he felt more relaxed than the first time. If it could be said that there was some luck involved in blocking it the first time, then there was no luck involved in blocking it the second time. Of course, it was still difficult to block it this time. Other than the heaven-burning earth sword, he had to slash out several times to completely neutralize the Xian King's world-shocking strike. Chunzong estimated that if he wanted to completely block the power of the Xian King's world-shaking strike, his heart domain would have to cover a radius of at least 500 meters. In an instant, he would be able to gather the fire origin energy within 500 meters for his own use and execute the heaven-burning earth fire sword. However, if the Xian King's world-shocking strike was stronger, then a heart domain of 500 square meters was not enough. No matter what, he had finally found a way to resist the Xian King's world-shocking art and Xian King's world-shocking strike. Although it was not easy, it was better than nothing. An indescribable panic suddenly rose in Chu Zhongyang's heart. That panic was small at first, but grew like wild grass, spreading and entrenching. Chu Zhongyang's heart was in chaos. Since his birth, he had been accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth. Born extraordinary, he grew up under all kinds of admiring, envious, and admiring gazes. He did not know when it started, but he was called the number one heaven's pride of the younger generation in the Xianyuan dynasty. At that time, there were many people who were unconvinced and challenged him, but they were all defeated by him. This further confirmed the fact that he was the number one heaven's pride of the younger generation. As time passed, Chu Zhongyang also believed that no one in the same generation could be compared to him, whether it was inside or outside the capital. If there were, it would be in the other worlds. However, Chu Zhongyang was also confident that he could defeat the number one prodigies of the other 8 realms. However, he did not expect that there would be a person from a small place who was not his match at all in the beginning, but who would grow so quickly that he could threaten his position. His heart was in a mess. Take this. Chunzong also keenly noticed the change in Chu Zhongyang's eyes. His heart was in a mess, so he shouted to remind him. Both of them were heavenly legends. Although it was a gambling match, they were not enemies in essence, nor was it a real life-and-death battle. Out of respect for his opponent, Chunzong reminded his opponent that he was about to use his sword. Chu Zhongyang immediately reacted. Facing him was a beam of scarlet red sword light. The next sword, heaven-burning earth fire. The fire origin energy within 300 meters surged and gathered. As the sword was swung out, the earth fire burned fiercely and rapidly spread out. It was filled with violent, blazing heat and incomparably high temperature, as if it wanted to turn everything into ashes. This sword could barely resist Chu Zhongyang's Xian King shocking strike. Its power was extremely strong. Chu Zhongyang used all his strength, but could only barely resist it. Chunzong transformed into a flash of lightning and close in on Chu Zhongyang in an instant. Illusory, net 9 transformations. Extreme Heart Sword Style. Lifeless Sword Style. When the sword was swung out, there was no life left. Chu Zhongyang was hit by the sword. The formation membrane on his body flickered nonstop. Everyone's eyes widened. However, the flames around Chu Zhongyang's body burned fiercely and suddenly exploded. He retreated in an instant, leaving behind a trail of fiery silhouette. It was as if he had died in his place. First level of Origin Ring. Chunzong reacted extremely quickly. The 5 fingers on his left hand formed a seal. His origin energy surged. With the help of the heart domain, an origin ring was formed instantly and flew forward, attacking Chu Zhongyang. 5th level of Origin Ring Secret Technique. Chu Zhongyang dodged quickly. However, under the cover of the heart domain, Chunzong's control of the origin ring was beyond imagination. It was extremely agile. It quickly circled around Chu Zhongyang's right arm and suddenly shrank. Chu Zhongyang's expression changed. He immediately unleashed all his strength and poured it into his right arm to resist the origin ring and shatter it. Heaven burning, earth fire. At the same time, the killing move arrived. The earth fire burned fiercely, burning heaven and earth. The formation membrane flickered intensely. Then, Chu Zhongyang transformed into a stream of light and flew away. Second death. Chunzong received another chance to die, a total of 5 times. Chu Zhongyang appeared at the fortress. His expression was cold, and his gaze was extremely cold. Second death. Second death by Chunzong. The first death was because someone else had blocked the Xian King's shocking strike for Chunzong. In the end, it led to his own death. It was partly an accident. However, this time, there was no external interference. It was a battle between the two of them. Could it be that he was really inferior to Chu Zhongyang? No, I am the strongest. Chu Zhongyang roared. His astonishing aura soared into the sky with an unyielding and indomitable aura. Flames burned fiercely and condensed in the sky. A true sun's shadow occupied the sky. A mighty aura was born, defeated but not discouraged. His shoulders shook unnoticeably. He transformed into a stream of red light and rushed toward the lava again. After killing Chu Zhongyang head-on, Chunzong's aura became more condensed and tyrannical. He leaped up and rushed out like lightning. His sword swept horizontally. Heaven burning, earth fire. This sword was aimed directly at Yanshan. Damn it! Yanshan's expression changed greatly. The power of this sword was more tyrannical than the first time. It could already threaten his life. Zhu Wu, you will lose for sure. Tianji attacked with his halberd and sneered. Zhu Wu's expression darkened. He didn't know how the other 2 battles were going, but he estimated that even if they had the upper hand, it wouldn't be by much. As for him, he was already at a disadvantage. This feeling was very unpleasant and uncomfortable. He originally thought that he had an 80% chance of winning this battle, but now it seemed that there was a great danger of losing. Chunzong's sword arrived. The pressure on Yanshan increased greatly. The red smoke blocked piercing cloud's arrow. The flame demon seized the opportunity and erupted with full strength again. Flame demon art. An extremely powerful attack was launched. Sword, 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 sword after sword, berserk, sword after sword, life after life. Kill, 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 kill. Chunzong didn't fight Yanshan head-on. Instead, he continuously used the illusory net 9 transformation technique. He didn't want to kill the enemy. He only wanted to disturb the enemy and disperse some of the enemy's strength. Die flame demon explosion. The flame demon roared. The tyrannical burning flame demon instantly rushed out. Its incomparably strong arms suddenly hugged Yanshan. Like a giant python coiling around him, it instantly exploded. Boom! It was like a volcano erupting. The power was terrifying to the extreme. Under this kind of explosion, even Tianji and Zhu Wu were a threat. Yanshan was directly blown to death, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. Piercing Cloud's expression changed greatly. Was the previous scene about to play out again? Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Piercing Cloud used his movement technique and rapidly retreated. However, Piercing Cloud didn't leave. Instead, he relied on his brilliant movement technique to wander around. From time to time, he would fire arrows to stall for time. It had to be said that Piercing Cloud's movement technique was truly astonishing. However, the Red Smoke's movement technique wasn't weak either. She quickly chased after him. Chunzong and the Flame Demon split up, flanking him from the left and right. When Piercing Cloud passed by the lava lake, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light slashed the surface of the lake. Immediately, the lava exploded. It was pulled, turning into countless lava. It was like a torrential rain that covered the sky and covered the earth as it attacked Piercing Cloud. Piercing Cloud continuously dodged. What greeted him was the tyrannical palm of the Flame Demon. The Red Smoke's figure was like smoke. Her long whip shook, striking the sky. Earth fire burns the heavens. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong also slashed out. The sword light swept across the surface of the lava lake, bringing with it a wave of lava. Die! Piercing Cloud couldn't dodge. Determination flashed through his eyes. He poured all of his strength into this arrow. The light was resplendent to the extreme. It was incomparably dazzling. Then, it quickly retracted and condensed into an ordinary arrow, returning to its original state. This arrow was aimed directly at Chunzong. Of the three, Chunzong's cultivation was the lowest. Moreover, this was also because of Chunzong. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill this person first. Only then would he be happy. Chunzong's hair stood on end. A chill rose from the depths of his heart. This was a powerful attack, a decisive attack. It was a mutual destruction attack. Even if he died, he would drag one down with him. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chunzong used Lightning Flash away. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and rapidly retreated. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. Earth fire burns the heavens. The arrow was like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through the blazing flames. Under his heart domain, Chunzong felt apprehensive. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The sword light was endless. Sword after sword violently bombarded, using all of his strength. After shooting that arrow, Piercing Cloud was immediately struck. The formation membrane flickered. His entire body transformed into a streak of light as he rapidly fled, reappearing in the fortress. That arrow carried Piercing Cloud's killing intent. It pierced through the sky, breaking through the layers of sword light. In the end, it shot towards Chunzong's heart, wanting to pierce through it. Sword horizontal. The sword blade immediately blocked the arrow. The terrifying power seemed to want to pierce through the Scarlet Hell Flowing Flame Sword, but it was blocked by the Scarlet Hell Flowing Flame Sword. However, that power seemed to have pierced through the sword, making Chunzong feel as if his heart had been pierced. Clenching his teeth, he used all of his strength to block this arrow. In the end, Chunzong still managed to block this arrow. When the arrow powerlessly fell to the ground, it also shattered due to the collision of power. Chunzong felt his sword-wielding right arm weaken. His entire body felt uncomfortable, as if all of his strength had been exhausted. The great profound origin art circulated at full force, rapidly absorbing the surrounding energy of the world to recover his strength. Titan Death Art. Suddenly, the giant weapon completely erupted. An incomparably terrifying power erupted like a 1,000-year-old volcano, soaring into the sky. A scarlet light condensed and blossomed on the giant axe, symbolizing inauspiciousness and death. A deathly stillness pervaded the air. It was berserk and blazing like fire and blood. As the axe chopped down, Sky Halberd's expression greatly changed. He raised his halberd to block, but that axe's power was completely unexpected. It was tyrannical and incomparably tyrannical, barbaric and unreasonable. Sky Halberd was instantly shattered. The axe chopped down with unstoppable momentum. A crack appeared on the ground, rapidly extending for several hundred meters. It was as if the earth had collapsed. Countless streams of lava gushed out from the crack, soaring into the sky and falling down like a rain of fire. Chapter 1505. Total Annihilation. Total Annihilation. The power of that axe was terrifying beyond compare. As it swept across, it was unstoppable, and there was nothing it could not destroy. Flame Demon, Hong Yen, Chun Zong. The three of them were unable to resist and were swept by the axe. Their energy barriers flickered rapidly as they turned into streaks of light and fled. A smile appeared on Ju Wu's face after killing 4 people in a row. His energy barrier flickered as he also turned into a streak of light and fled. Giant Spirit Death Art. This was a terrifying secret technique that Ju Wu had obtained through a fortuitous encounter in the Void battlefield. It was a true secret technique that could end one's life. It was fine if he did not use it, but once he did, he would die. Of course, he would die, and the price he had to pay was extremely great. Its power was also extremely terrifying, and even the heavenly halberd that was on par with him couldn't resist it in the slightest. It was directly killed, and the remaining force even killed Chun Zong and the other 2. Even a powerful 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator would die if they were careless, let alone Tianji. It was a good deal to exchange 1 life for 4 lives. In this way, Ju Wu got rid of 1 chance to die and gained 4 more chances to die, making a total of 6 chances. Chun Zong originally had 5 chances, but now he only had 4 left. Inside the White Fortress, Chun Zong and the other 3 exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions were solemn. They were all dead. Ju Wu's attack had killed all of them. Its power was so terrifying that it left a lingering fear in their hearts. However, the moment they died, they saw Ju Wu turn into a streak of light and flee. They died as well. This was a true mutual destruction move. I'll block Ju Wu. The 3 of you work together and kill the other 3. Tianji's expression was solemn. Even though he had been killed once, he was not afraid at all. If they were far enough away, Ju Wu's attack would not have hit Chun Zong and the others. Therefore, Tianji planned to lure Ju Wu further away from Chun Zong and the others. Moreover, they needed to be more vigilant. That was why they had been killed in an instant. It was also because he did not expect Ju Wu to use such a desperate move. Now that he knew, he needed to be more careful. Chun Zong was greatly affected by the formidable power of the axe. Suddenly, Chun Zong felt his heart soar down, intense surge, as if he had just experienced life and death. The sharpness gushed out, becoming more and more intense. Tianji and the other 2 were bewildered and then overjoyed. Chun Zong made another breakthrough. You broke through? Tianji couldn't help but ask. Chun Zong nodded. All right. Tianji and the other 2 were overjoyed. Now that Chun Zong had made a breakthrough, his strength would be even stronger, and he would have a greater chance of winning. Heart Sword Dao Intent. 4th Revolution. The Heart Sword Dao Insight was a high-grade Dao Insight, and once it attained the 4th Revolution, its might would become even stronger. Attack! The 4 of them set off once again, flying towards a lava path. Remember, I'll stall the 4 of them and kill them with the gigantic Spirit Death Art. You 3 break through the fort. Ju Wu said to Chu Zhongyang, Yin Shan, and Piercing Cloud. In the beginning, their strategy was to kill the Heavenly Halberd team until they were terrified. At that time, the fortress would collapse on its own. But now, the situation was different. It was very dangerous. If they were careless, not only would they not be able to win, but they would also be defeated. They were the ones who proposed the wager. If they lost, they would be mocked and lose 500,000 military merits. Most importantly, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of Tianji in the future. In order to win, this was the only way. Yin Shan and the other 2 also understood this point. Although using this method was not very glorious, it was better than losing. The 4 of them set off once again, heading straight for the lava path and starting a new round of battle. Tianji took the lead and attacked with his halberd at an extremely fast speed. With Tianji's strength, only Ju Wu could resist. The other three were no threat at all and could almost be ignored. This time, Tianji attacked with all his strength. He would only use up one chance to die, so what was there to be afraid of? After letting go of the scruples in his heart, Tianji's threat to Ju Wu became even greater. Every attack was at full strength, as if breaking through a vacuum. Kill! 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 For a moment, Ju Wu also felt a lot of pressure. However, Chun Zong and the other two did not rush over. Instead, they stood in the distance and watched. At such a distance, even if he used the giant spirit death art, he would only be able to fight to the death with Tianji. As for Piercer, he shot an arrow at Tianji. The arrow was extremely fast and powerful, but it was easily shattered by Tianji. The difference between the late 7th Heaven Saint realm and the 6th Heaven Saint realm was not just a difference of one heaven. The difference between the mid-7th Heaven Saint realm and the late 7th Heaven Saint realm was even greater. Not to mention one piercer, even 2, 3, or 4 piercers would not be able to do anything to Tianji. As for Yin Shan and Chu Zhongyang, they could not even get within 100 meters of the two, so how could they help? For a moment, Ju Wu's face was gloomy. This was not in line with his plan. He wanted to force Tianji back, but Tianji quickly attacked again. Chu Zhongyang, do you dare to fight? Chun Zong stared at Chu Zhongyang from afar and said unhurriedly. His long sword was sharp, and sword chi shot out, cutting open the ground and leaving long sword marks. The corner of Chu Zhongyang's eyes twitched, and his face sank. Such provocation. What should he do? Go! Ju Wu transmitted his voice. At this point, the plan could not keep up with the changes. This was the only way. Yin Shan and the other two immediately used their movement techniques and rushed toward Chun Zong's group. The battle between Chu Zhongyang and Chun Zong began once again. Scarlet light, bursting flames, ashes. In an instant, Chun Zong used 3 sword moves in a row, each of them powerful. Heaven burning, earth fire. Heaven burning, earth fire burned everything, forcing Chu Zhongyang to retreat. Chu Zhongyang used the mysterious monarch battle physique to increase his strength, blocking Chun Zong's sword. But facing heaven burning earth fire, he still felt helpless. The power of that sword move was very strong, especially in the lava field, where endless fire origin chi pervaded. It was like adding wings to a tiger. Extreme Heart Sword Style. The Extreme Heart Sword Style was used with the 4th Revolution Heart Sword Dao intent, and its speed was raised to another level. It was shockingly fast, and its penetrative power was even more terrifying. Chu Zhongyang was horrified. He used all his strength to barely dodge this sword move, and a strand of hair was cut off. Horrifying. His hair stood on end. Chun Zong's strength seemed to have increased again. In terms of power, the Extreme Heart Sword Style could not be compared to Heaven Burning Earth Fire, but its special feature was that the sword was extremely fast, and its penetrative power was shocking. Lifeless Sword Style. A tragic aura spread out, and the killing intent was shocking. When the sword moved, it was as if it could destroy all life. Chu Zhongyang's face was filled with horror. There was nothing he could do. He could only use the mysterious monarch's world shocking strike again. A strike was launched. Heaven burning, earth fire. Chun Zong also attacked with his sword. Following that, raging flames spread, collided, and exploded with a terrifying power, devouring everything in the surroundings. Extreme Heart Sword Style. Lifeless Sword Style. 2 powerful sword moves were used alternately, blocking the aftershock of the mysterious monarch's world shocking strike. The mysterious monarch's world shocking strike was blocked again, and Chu Zhongyang's face became gloomier. Second layer of primordial rings. In an instant, Chun Zong formed 2 primordial rings and flew toward Chu Zhongyang. Chu Zhongyang shattered one primordial ring, but he could not avoid the second one, and his arm was bound again. Although the primordial ring was shattered in an instant, Chun Zong had already seized that slight opportunity to attack with his sword. Suppress. After losing the initiative in one move, under Chun Zong's Scarlet Inferno Flame Sword, it was difficult to turn the tables. Kill. In the end, Chu Zhongyang was still unable to withstand Chun Zong's sword and was killed again. The third time, Chu Zhongyang died for the third time. He had already exhausted himself and was directly eliminated. It's over. When Zhu Wu, Yin Shan, and Chuang Yun saw this scene, their hearts immediately sank. With Chu Zhongyang dead, there was no one else to hold back Shenzong. Soon, Yin Shan and Chuang Yun would follow in his footsteps. At that time, even if he risked his life to kill Tianji, what could he do? Shenzong did not care about this. He took a deep breath and attacked Yin Shan with his sword. No matter how unwilling Yin Shan was, it was useless. Die. Next, Chuang Yin was also killed. This was also Yin Shan's third death, and he was eliminated. Chuang Yin still had one more chance to die. In the fortress, Chuang Yin did not leave. Instead, he stayed in the fortress, preparing to stand guard. Shenzong, Flame Demon, Hong Yan, the three rushed forward without hesitation, rapidly crossing the lava field and approaching the opponent's black fortress. Seeing the three figures rapidly approaching, Chuang Yun's expression was incomparably solemn. He knocked an arrow on his bow and locked onto his target from afar. Zhu Wu gave up on resisting and was killed by Tianji. He instantly transformed into a stream of light and fled into the distance, using this method to return to the fortress. Then he directly charged out, attacking Chun Zong's group. Tianji immediately rushed over 1,000 Li facing Zhu Wu. Chun Zong's group was not his opponent even if they worked together. It was difficult for them to escape. Die, die, die. The three were killed by Zhu Wu one after another. With me here, don't even think about breaking through. Zhu Wu roared, his momentum surging like thunder, surging in all directions. The giant axe swept across the sky, one man holding back 10,000 men. See how I break through you? Tianji smiled coldly. Another person died and appeared in the fortress. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately stayed behind to guard the fortress. Following that, several figures flickered and appeared in the black fortress. They were the members of the giant martial team. Where are Yin Shan and Tian Hen? They were eliminated. Chuang Yin shook his head. What? What happened? Everyone was shocked. How could Yin Shan and Tian Hen be eliminated? This was not what they had planned. In short, the situation is not good for us. Stay behind and guard the fortress. Chuang Yin said. The 8 members of the giant martial team stayed behind to guard the fortress. Tianji arrived. Snowblade arrived. Dark Cold Spear arrived. Chun Zong's group, who had been killed, arrived once again. The 4 pillars outside the fortress each possessed astonishing defensive and offensive power. They would shoot out a ray of light at a fixed frequency. The ray of light was black, and its power was at the early 7th Heaven Saint realm. In other words, without the strength of a 7th Heaven Saint realm, it was impossible to resist. Although 2 members of the giant martial team had been eliminated, they were now in a defensive position. With the cooperation of the 4 pillars, it would be difficult to break through. The 10 members of Tianji's team gathered together, but they were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they stood 1,000 meters apart. 1,000 meters was the attack range of the 4 pillars. Lay down the killing formation. The blacklight pillar will shoot out Black Death rays every 10 breaths of time. Snowblade, Hanming, and I will defend against the Black Death rays, Tianji said. You guys try to break the blacklight pillar. I will hold Zhu Wu back. Remember, Zhu Wu has a desperate move. If we maintain the killing array, we have a chance to resist it. Tianji added. One had to admit that Zhu Wu's desperate move was terrifying. If he used it at close range, the entire Tianji's team would die. Chapter 1506. 10 people in a formation. The killing formation was activated. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. The 10 people's strength seemed to be condensed into one and pushed forward. Tianji was the tip of the sword, while the snow saber and dark cold spear were the flanks. Among Tianji's team, these 3 had the highest cultivation and were the strongest. Zhu Wu and the others had also set up the mysterious god killing formation. With the help of the 4 black pillars, they had a high chance of blocking the attack. However, they had been forced to give up attacking and defend. In fact, they were already at a disadvantage. However, the outcome of the battle depended on whether the fortress could hold. Therefore, it was not a big deal to be at a disadvantage for a while. When they were close to 1,000 meters away, the 4 black pillars were activated. The top of the pillars flickered and shot out a ray of black light. It was as if the sun had pierced through the sky and shot towards them. This was a tyrannical attack that could kill an early 7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. Chunzong and the others were shocked. Fortunately, Tianji and the other 2 attacked and shattered the black light. 10 breaths. To them, this was a short period of time, but it wasn't short either. It was enough for them to close in and attack. Giant Spirit Death Art. Without hesitation, Zhu Wu executed a desperate attack. He wanted to use one of his chances of dying to kill all of his opponents. After all, if he died once, he would get 10 chances to die, and he would be able to kill 10 people from the other side. It was a great deal. After a few more times, all of his opponent's chances of dying would be used up. At that time, he could easily destroy the fortress and win the bet. "Return to 1," shouted Tianji in a low voice. Immediately, the strength of the 10 cultivators started flowing towards Tianji in a mysterious way. Tianji's eyes emitted a cold light as he sensed the tyrannical strength of the 10 cultivators. It was as if he was piercing through the sky as all his strength was channeled into the great halberd. The great halberd shone with a dazzling light as if it was a sun hanging in the sky. Boom! Tianji shatters mountains. A powerful attack was launched. His own strength and the strength of his 9 team members erupted in an instant. This attack was powerful to the extreme. Hearing the words "return to 1," Zhu Wu's expression changed. The group of generals outside the formation were also stunned and astonished. What was "return to 1"? It was the combination of everyone's power, and through the mysterious guidance of the formation, it condensed on one person, instantly erupting with extraordinary power. The mysterious god-killing formation, or the other formations of the mysterious Heaven Army, was divided into 5 levels. The first level was beginner, the second level was proficiency, the third level was control, the fourth level was unity, and the fifth level was limitless. The first level of mastery was the easiest, and the second level of mastery was not difficult either. The third level of mastery was much more difficult. Generally speaking, the majority of the mysterious god-killing divisions, 4 divisions, were proficient in the mysterious god-killing formation. Only a few could reach the third level of control. For example, the Heavenly Halberd team from before was at the third level of control. As for those who had reached the fourth level, there were very, very few. As for the fifth level, there was none. The main reason why the Heavenly Halberd squad could cultivate the mysterious god-killing formation to the fourth level was because of Chunzong. Chunzong's perception was outstanding, and he quickly grasped the mysterious Immortal killing formation. With his incomparable coordination, under his influence, the mysterious Immortal killing formation unexpectedly broke through its limits and reached unity before the battle. The halberd and axe clashed, and a terrifying power surged in all directions, wreaking havoc and shattering the ground. Heavenly Halberd retreated, and his body trembled. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the formation membrane on his body flickered. After a few breaths, it quickly calmed down. He was not dead. Heavenly Halberd was not dead. Zhu Wu unwillingly turned into a stream of light, and with a flash, he appeared in the fortress. The moment Zhu Wu died, the Heavenly Halberd squad activated the mysterious god-killing formation, but they retreated instead of advancing. Even though Heavenly Halberd did not die after blocking Zhu Wu's attack, he was in great pain and needed some time to recover. The Heavenly Halberd squad retreated 1,000 meters away, and they were in a stalemate again. Zhu Wu still had 4 chances to die, and he did not immediately charge out. 8 against 10. He did not have any advantage, and after his ultimate move was blocked by Heavenly Halberd, hesitation inevitably appeared in his heart. Without any advantage, he could only take a defensive stance, and he did not dare to take the initiative to attack. The result was that Heavenly Halberd's power was rapidly recovering, and he attacked again. "All of you, attack Heavenly Halberd with me," Ju Wu said in a deep voice. His attack had killed undying Heavenly Halberd, but if the others attacked, they would definitely be able to kill him. Giant Spirit Death Art. Return to 1. They clashed again, and, as expected, the Giant Spirit Death Art was blocked by Heavenly Halberd again. Ju Wu turned into a stream of light and appeared in the fortress. At the same time, the other 7 members of the giant martial squad all attacked Heavenly Halberd. In an instant, Heavenly Halberd was defeated and killed, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. However, the Heavenly Halberd squad reacted extremely quickly. Kill. Even though the 7 members of the giant martial squad reacted quickly, they were still attacked by the full force of the 9 members in an instant. Apart from Piercer, who was hiding in the fortress, the other 6 were all killed. In an instant, another 2 were eliminated. There were only 6 people left who could defend the fortress. The balance of the situation tilted even more. Ju Wu's eyelids twitched and his cheeks twitched. After the 9 members of the Heavenly Halberd squad killed the 6 members of the giant martial squad, they didn't continue fighting. Instead, like assassins, they quickly retreated far away from the attack range of the Blacklight Pillar. They retreated even further and waited for Heavenly Halberd to arrive. The remaining 6 members of the giant martial squad didn't dare to pursue, especially Ju Wu. If it was before, perhaps he would risk his life and kill the other 9 members of the Heavenly Halberd squad. Then, he would take advantage of the time difference to rush over. This way, not only would he be able to kill more people and reduce their chances of dying, he would also have more chances of dying. It had to be said that the Giant Spirit Death Art was very cheating. After all, under normal circumstances, it would be a mutual destruction move. However, because of the death substitution rule of the formation membrane, it became terrifying. Fortunately, he had to return to One Array Realm to resist it, and Snowblade's strength was second only to Heavenly Halberd. If he used Return to 1, he would have a chance of resisting Ju Wu's Giant Spirit Death Art and perish together. Ju Wu hesitated, while Heavenly Halberd rushed over. After dying once and reappearing, his strength would recover to its peak. A peak Heavenly Halberd was undoubtedly very strong. Ju Wu admit defeat. From 1,000 meters away, Heavenly Halberd waved his halberd, creating a ravine on the ground. It was a shocking sight. His eyes were overbearing and sharp as he stared at Ju Wu and said unhurriedly, "Heavenly Halberd, you only have 1 chance of dying left." Ju Wu's voice was deep and vigorous, like the roar of a trapped beast. "So what?" Heavenly Halberd asked back indifferently. "Even if you can kill me again and eliminate me, you will still have to pay a price. At that time, how many of you will be left? If you continue to fight, it will only be a futile struggle." Heavenly Halberd's words were as sharp as a sword, stabbing into the hearts of Ju Wu and the others, ruthlessly stabbing their hearts. Heavenly Halberd, no matter what you say, it's useless. If you have the ability, then break through the fortress. Ju Wu quickly adjusted himself, angrily staring at Heavenly Halberd as he shouted. His voice was like thunder. How could a firm will be shaken by a few words? If so, how could they fight against the void, evil demon? Heavenly Halberd also knew this, so he wasn't dispirited. If they had to fight, they would still fight. This was a tough battle. Since they weren't going to admit defeat, then they would continue. Kill. The mysterious god-killing array was activated again, approaching once more. Although the Blacklight Pillar's attack was powerful, it couldn't do anything to the other party. Ju Wu's expression was solemn. Currently, other than the gigantic Spirit Death Art, there was no other move that could threaten Heavenly Halberd's team. But that move couldn't kill Heavenly Halberd. Although it could attack others, Heavenly Halberd was the strongest. There wasn't much meaning in killing Heavenly Halberd. What should they do? 6 against 10. The difference was even greater. Take this opportunity to destroy one of the Blacklight Pillars, Heavenly Halberd said. The 10 of them approached one of the blacklight pillars. Attacking the blacklight pillar was left to Chunzong and the other 6. As for Heavenly Halberd, Snowblade, and Darkhold Spear, the strongest 3, they were on guard. If one of the blacklight pillars was destroyed, the defensive power of the fortress would drop by a quarter, making it easier to break through. Thus, the blacklight pillar couldn't be destroyed. They had to defend it. Gigantic Spirit Death Art. Left with no choice, Ju Wu once again used his ultimate move. The other 5 immediately followed suit and charged toward Heavenly Halberd. But this time, everyone was on guard. Snowblade and Darkhold Spear attacked with all their strength. Everyone also took advantage of the 10 breaths of time between the blacklight pillars and attacked the 5 members of the gigantic halberd. Ju Wu died, and Heavenly Halberd was injured. The other 5's attacks couldn't hit Heavenly Halberd and were blocked. One of them was also killed. Eliminated. 5 members of the gigantic halberd were eliminated. Only 5 remained. At the same time, Heavenly Halberd's team retreated cautiously. 5 against 10. The situation was even worse for the gigantic halberd's team. Ju Wu, are you still going to struggle and resist? Heavenly Halberd sneered as he recovered his strength and injuries. Ju Wu was silent. The other 4 were also silent. What should they choose? Continue fighting? Admit defeat? Based on the current situation, there was almost no hope of winning if they continued fighting. Ju Wu himself only had 2 chances to die. If he used the gigantic spirit death art again, he would die again. But it would be difficult to kill Heavenly Halberd. On the contrary, someone from his team might be killed again and be eliminated. And the blacklight pillar that was attacked before was starting to show cracks. It would be destroyed after a few more attacks. How should they fight? Silence. Ju was only silent. Everyone stared, waiting for Ju Wu's decision. Admit defeat or continue to fight and struggle? The decision was in Ju Wu's hands. Ju Wu's heart was under great pressure. Then, he raised his head and looked deeply at Chunzong. Originally, this battle should have been won by his team, but an accident happened. And the accident happened to be this person. Lifeless Sword. The weakest person in Heavenly Halberd's team had unexpectedly become the key to the outcome of this gambling battle. One sword determined the outcome. He defeated and killed Chu Zhongyang, increasing his strength step by step until he finally suppressed Chu Zhongyang and killed him. This was the first accident. The second surprise was the array formation of the consolidation realm. Chapter 1507. Zongheng will have their annual meeting in a few days. I'll be gone for 8 or 9 days and won't be able to write. Dominator of 6 Paths has been working overtime day and night to finally save enough manuscripts so that he won't fall into the predicament of not being able to update. The withered trees stood tall and motionless. In the canyon, the chilly wind was still. In a lava field, the magma calmed down and the heavens and earth were silent. Ju Wu was silent. The 4 members behind him were also silent. The situation was clear. How should they choose? Soon after, Ju Wu's expression fluctuated as he heavily exhaled. A bitter smile surfaced on his rough face as he opened his mouth and spat out 2 words with great difficulty. I admit defeat. As soon as the 2 words came out, Ju Wu seemed to have lost all his strength. His huge and strong body became hunched. The 4 members behind him had their shoulders slumped and looked dejected. They lost. They were full of confidence in this battle. They had taken the initiative to initiate the battle. However, they did not expect to lose in the end. Moreover, they did not look good. Hearing Ju Wu admit defeat, Sky Halberd and the others smiled and heaved a sigh of relief. It had to be said that this battle was very difficult. Ju Wu's team was really strong. They were not weaker than Sky Halberd's team. However, they were not lucky. After winning this battle, Ju Wu's team would not be able to mock Sky Halberd's team like before. They would also have to pay 500,000 military merits to Sky Halberd's team. This battle ended with Ju Wu's team admitting defeat. Sky Halberd's team won. The 3 words lifeless sword resounded once again. Although it had been less than 3 years, and he had not broken the curse, He was much more outstanding than the others who had inherited the title of Lifeless Sword. Maybe he can recreate the glory of Lifeless Sword. Maybe he can surpass it. It has not been 3 years. It's still too early. No one knew when, but Killer Master had already left quietly, and no one knew. Green Tooth, how was it? My team won in the end. Xueling Killer laughed. It was just a temporary victory. Green Tooth Killer pretended to be calm as he replied. It doesn't matter if it was a temporary victory or a lifetime victory. Xueling Killer's tone was domineering. Where there were people, there would be competition. As the highest authority of the mysterious god Killer division, there would naturally be competition between them. Zhu Wu's team's team, and in addition, they also needed military merits to exchange for their own cultivation. 2. Compared to the giant martial team, the Heavenly Halberd team was naturally overjoyed and returned. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. Their victory was thanks to Chun Zong's increase in strength. After killing Chu Zhongyang, he joined forces with Yin Shan and Chuang Yun to kill Yin Shan and Chuang Yun. Finally, the disparity between the team members gradually widened, establishing the foundation of their victory. If not for Hong Yan's help, I would have been defeated and killed by Chu Zhongyang. Chun Zong smiled slightly. I also think that Wu Sheng contributed greatly to our victory this time, Hong Yin said with a charming smile. The victory was not due to me alone. Chun Zong shook his head and said, if it was really due to me alone, then everyone should have rested in the fortress. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Chun Zong's words made sense. The victory was not due to any one person, but due to everyone's efforts and concerted efforts. Of course, it was undeniable that Chun Zong had broken the balance in deadlock. It was also because of Chun Zong that they had cultivated the mysterious god Killer formation to the consolidation realm. Therefore, it could be said that Chun Zong had contributed greatly. I propose a toast to Wu Sheng. Tianji raised his glass and said loudly, a toast. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. To the Heavenly Halberd team, to be invincible. Chun Zong also raised his glass and said at the same time, his voice like iron, to the Heavenly Halberd team, to be invincible. Everyone also shouted. They raised their glasses and drank to their heart's content. There were very few opportunities to let go of all worries and drink to their heart's content. This was because most of the time, they were either out on missions and on the edge of life and death, or in secluded cultivation, trying their best to improve themselves so that they could live longer. After all, no one knew if they would come back alive after going out on a mission. It was possible that they would be separated forever. Missions had different levels of difficulty, but it was not absolute. It was just that most of the time, and there were some accidents. This drinking session lasted for a full day and night. For everyone, ordinary wine would not make them drunk at all. Of course, the wine they drank was good wine, which was also effective for Saint Realm cultivators. If they drank too much, they would also feel drunk. However, it was only a drunken feeling. After the banquet ended, everyone returned to their rooms. Chun Zong lay quietly on his bed. He didn't circulate his cultivation base to dispel the drunkenness. This kind of drunkenness made him feel light as a feather. It was very wonderful, very relaxed, very comfortable. It was very rare, and he shouldn't have left it so quickly. He did not think about anything and ignored everything. Gradually, unknowingly, his eyes closed. He fell into a deep sleep. It was as if he was lying quietly in the clouds, soft and comfortable, floating to an unknown place. It was as if he was lying in a gurgling stream, allowing the cool water to wash off the dust from the top of his head. Time passed by unknowingly, like flowing water and dust. Chun Zong's closed eyelids trembled slightly and slowly opened. They were as clear as the bottom of a stream, without a trace of dust. Drunk, asleep, and dreaming. When he woke up, his mind was clear and bright, reflecting in all directions. With a flash of inspiration, Chun Zong released his heart domain. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. It was not the limit yet. There's still energy left. 400 meters. Chunzong's heart domain spread to a range of 400 meters before it stopped, reaching the limit. Chunzong was stunned. His heart domain actually improved after drinking and sleeping. If that was the case, then if he drank a few more times and slept a few more times, wouldn't the range of his domain of heart slowly increase? Then, Chunzong could not help shaking his head and laughing softly. That was impossible. If it were that simple, would he need to put in so much time and effort? One of the reasons why he was able to improve this time was probably because of his accumulation. The second reason was that he had gained a lot from this gambling battle. The third reason was that after drinking wine, he had let go of all his thoughts and only wanted to be relaxed. A rest where he had let go of everything allowed his heart to empty. The heart domain was related to one's heart and mind. No matter what, increasing the range of his heart domain to 400 meters gave him more benefits. Firstly, with the heart domain covering him, he could sense danger earlier. Secondly, with the heart domain covering him, he could instantly absorb more spiritual energy. There were only benefits and no downsides. However, he still needed to cultivate for a while and strive to completely grasp the heart domain covering a range of 400 meters. He would be able to instantly gather spiritual energy within that range. After resting, it was naturally time to train hard. Chunzong trained hard, and so did the rest of the Heavenly Halberd team. They worked hard and did their best to improve themselves and become stronger. As for the giant martial team, after some adjustments, they had recovered and regained their morale. Now, they had accepted a mission and were preparing to go out to carry it out. There was no helping it. They still owed 400,000 military merits, which was not a small amount. Of course, if they were lucky enough, they would be able to pay it off in a few years. However, if their luck was average, it would take them 10 years. Thinking of this, they could not help but feel a little bitter. All right, cheer up. We will strive to obtain enough military merits to pay it off in the shortest time possible, Giant Martial Team shouted. Everyone was energized and immediately set off, stepping out of the mysterious Heaven Battle Castle. Chunzong, I will definitely defeat you. Chu Zhongyang strode forward. He was not discouraged by his defeat to Chunzong. Instead, he was reinvigorated and full of fighting spirit. A true prodigy would not be afraid, discouraged, or shrink back because of failure, setback, or hardship. All hardships, setbacks, and failures would become sharpening and sharpening their swords. Chu Zhongyang not only had outstanding talent, but also outstanding willpower. He was worthy of the title of a peerless prodigy. If he had not met Chunzong, unfortunately, he had met Chunzong. Chunzong, Chu Zhongyang. Su Mubai stood there quietly. Chu Zhongyang was a peerless prodigy of the current generation. Previously, he was the #1 prodigy of the Xianyuan dynasty and was very strong. On the other hand, Chunzong came from a humble background and was much weaker than Chu Zhongyang in the past. Chu Zhongyang had never imagined that Chunzong would rise so quickly during the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. In such a short period of time, Chunzong had surpassed Chu Zhongyang and defeated him. Su Mubai, who had just returned from a mission, did not personally witness the wagered battle between the two teams. He also did not personally witness the battle between Chunzong and Chu Zhongyang. However, from what he had heard, it was very clear that there would be no exaggeration. In other words, Chunzong's current strength had most likely surpassed Su Mubai's. Su Mubai remained silent. It was not that he could not accept the fact that someone had surpassed him, but he felt that it was too sudden and he could not react in time. Immediately, Su Mubai's lips curled into a smile. It was always a good thing to have an opponent. It always made one feel excited. Otherwise, it would be lonely at the top. Chu Zhongyang. Su Mubai would surpass him. Perhaps he had already surpassed him. As for who was stronger between him and Chunzong, even if you are stronger than me now, I will still surpass you. Su Mubai clenched his fists. His eyes shone with unparalleled confidence. Chunzong was unaware of all this. At this very moment, Chunzong was training hard. His heart domain covered a radius of 400 meters. He could feel the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surrounding area. Immediately, with a thought, he immediately absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions. It surged like 100 rivers returning to the current and instantly condensed. It's not fast enough. Moreover, it's very heterogeneous, Chunzong thought. Compared to the lava land, the difference was huge. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the lava land was mainly fire yuan qi. However, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the void battlefield was chaotic and heterogeneous. The yuan qi of heaven and earth absorbed and condensed by the heart domain of 400 meters was not as powerful as the heart domain of 300 meters in the lava land. The difference was very obvious. However, Chunzong could not do anything about it. It was completely due to the environmental factors. Chapter 1508. Heaven Burning Earth Fire. Heaven and earth origin energy within a 400-meter wide heart domain surged and merged with the sword. Raging flames burned in all directions as they struck the black devil gold dummy. It was as if they wanted to burn it to ashes. Explosions rang out continuously from the flames. It was extremely violent and destructive. I've already mastered it, but it's still not strong enough, Chunzong muttered to himself as he looked at the marks on the black devil gold dummy. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth origin energy in the void battlefield could not be compared to the lava field. The heaven-burning earth fire technique required the origin energy of fire to reach its peak. Now, although the origin energy of heaven and earth in the air had become majestic and pure due to the formation, it was also mixed with various origin energy of different attributes mixed within. He did not have the ability to convert them into a single origin energy. Convert. As soon as this thought appeared, it was as if a flash of inspiration had appeared. However, Chunzong did not immediately grasp this inspiration. He felt helpless. After pondering for a while, he still could not come up with anything. He could only give up for now. However, this thought remained in his mind, as if it had taken root. If he could convert origin energy, then no matter where he was, he would be able to convert the heaven and earth origin energy into the attribute he needed. At that time, all the heaven and earth origin energy would be converted into fire origin energy. He would be able to push heaven-burning earth fire's might to its peak. Since he did not have a clue, he could only put it aside for now. From the time he won the bet to the time he came out of seclusion, he had spent a whole month. His cultivation had also broken through to the mid-fourth heaven saint realm. At this time, a piece of news arrived. The assassin master had summoned him. The assassin master summoned me? Chunzong was slightly surprised. He did not know why the assassin master had summoned him. Without any delay, Chunzong immediately set off. When he arrived at the assassin master's location, Chunzong discovered that he was not the only one who had been summoned. There were several others. Sumubai was also present. He had arrived earlier than Chunzong. When Chunzong arrived, Sumubai stared at him. There seemed to be a black and white light flashing in his eyes, becoming deeper and deeper. Chunzong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Very strong, Chunzong thought to himself. Right now, he felt like he could not see through Sumubai. He did not know what level Sumubai's strength had reached. However, it didn't matter. No matter how powerful Sumubai was, he would still surpass him, just like how he had surpassed Chu Zhongyang. Other than Sumubai, there were 3 other strangers. It was Chunzong's first time seeing them. These 3 people all had one thing in common. They looked very young. There were 2 men and 1 woman, and they all wore different armors. Through the armor, Chunzong was able to identify the other party's identity and background. These 3 people were from the Heaven Bestowing branch and the Broken Peak branch. The eyes of the 2 men and the woman were also fixed on Chunzong, shining brightly. Before long, another person arrived. It was Chu Zhongyang. Chu Zhongyang was slightly stunned when he saw Sumubai and Chunzong. Shortly after, his eyes shone with an intense light as traces of battle intent seeped out. After a month, Chu Zhongyang's strength had grown even stronger. Even though he had been defeated by Chunzong, his confidence and belief had not been affected. Instead, he had become even more courageous. Chun Zong realized that Chu Zhongyang's eyes contained a trace of indescribable simplicity and profoundness. Previously, Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang had used some kind of duel, and it had ended with Su Mubai's defeat. However, Chu Zhongyang had not used it during the wager battle. For some reason, Chun Zong did not know. In the end, a total of 8 people were summoned by the Killer Master. 2 people from each of the Green Tooth Branch, Blood Soaring Branch, Heaven Bestowing Branch, and Broken Peak Branch had come. Among the 8 people, there were 6 men and 2 women. The 8 people were at a loss. They did not know why the Killer Master had summoned them. Before the Killer Master appeared, one of the 8 people, who looked slightly older and was as fat as a ball, took the initiative to introduce himself with a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, everyone. I am Yuan Guang from the Green Tooth Branch." The fat young man had eyes that were like mung beans. He looked a little funny. Yuan Guang, Chun Zong, and Su Mubai were slightly stunned. Naturally, Chun Zong, Su Mubai were not the only peerless prodigies in the mysterious Spirit Kill Division. There were other outstanding young people who had joined the mysterious Spirit Kill Division a few years earlier than Chun Zong and Su Mubai. Before Chu Zhongyang's arrival, Yuan Guang was already known as the #1 prodigy in the Green Tooth Branch. However, Chu Zhongyang's arrival had overshadowed him. Perhaps Chu Zhongyang was the #1 prodigy in the Green Tooth Branch, but Yuan Guang's strength was not weak at all. With his 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivation base, coupled with his outstanding innate talent, his strength was terrifying. Other than Yuan Guang, there was also the #1 prodigy in the Blood Soaring Branch where Chun Zong was from. His name was Xue Chao. He was a young man with long blood-red hair and an indifferent expression on his face. However, Chun Zong noticed that the way he looked at him was not friendly. Perhaps it was because Chun Zong's arrival had stolen the glory that originally belonged to him. Who could truly see through fame and fortune? Even a supreme, eminent saint stage powerhouse could not avoid it. Chun Zong did not mind Xue Chao's behavior. He would treat those who were willing to treat him with sincerity. However, he would also ignore those who had opinions about him. However, if the other party did not only have opinions about him, but also harbored hostility and killing intent, he would not sit still and wait for his death. However, Xue Chao's cultivation base was not low either. Just like Yuan Guang, he was also at the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. Su Mubai was from the Broken Peak Branch. Similarly, his arrival had replaced the #1 prodigy in the Broken Peak Branch, Zi Tianluo. The ends of Zi Tianluo's hair shone with traces of purple light. When his eyes moved, a faint purple light could be seen. It was unknown whether he was born this way or cultivated this way. Although Zi Tianluo was from the younger generation, he had an indescribable charm to his appearance. He could be considered a peerless beauty. If one did not have a strong will, they would definitely be attracted to him. Zi Tianluo's aura was ethereal and deep. Chun Zong could vaguely sense that he was at the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. However, he did not know exactly what level he was at. The last 2 members of the Broken Peak Branch were Chong Kong and Heya. Chong Kong was a young man with slightly squinted eyes. He had a strong body and a cynical smile on his face. There was a faint, domineering aura that flashed across his body. Heya was a woman with a cold expression. Her eyes were dark, and there was a scar on her face. Her aura was extremely cold. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of everyone. He wore a silver mask and was dressed in a silver robe. He was extremely mysterious. Kill Master. Greetings, Kill Master. The 8 of them bowed in unison. No need for formalities. The Kill Master's voice overlapped. It was very mysterious and difficult to distinguish. Up until now, it was said that no one in the mysterious God Kill Master had seen his real body. No one knew whether he was a man or a woman. After the 8 of them bowed, they stood up one after another. Regardless of their temperament, they held their breaths in front of the mysterious Kill Master. They were waiting for him to speak first. Why did he summon them? Many of them had never seen the Kill Lord since they joined the mysterious Divine Killer Division. Naturally, The Kill Lord wasn't someone that anyone could meet. If they were summoned, there must be something going on. Moreover, it wasn't a small matter. If it was a small matter, there was no need for this. The Tianyuan sacred region is divided into 9 realms. The Xianyuan realm is only one of the 9 realms. The Kill Master said, "Now, the Lingwu sacred ground is about to open, but the number of people who can enter is limited." Shunzong and the others pricked up their ears to listen. The Lingwu sacred ground. Where was that? If the Kill Master mentioned it in such a serious tone, it must be very important. The Lingwu sacred ground. Only those who are less than 100 years old can enter. The Kill Master said again, "There are a total of 10 people who can enter." The 8 of them suddenly changed their expressions. 10 people. The Tianyuan sacred region had a total of 9 realms, but only 10 people could enter the so-called Lingwu sacred ground. Moreover, there was an age restriction, no more than 100 years old. However, what exactly was the Lingwu sacred ground? Shunzong vaguely felt that it had a lot to do with the Lingwu sacred world. After all, this world was called the Lingwu sacred world, and the Tianyuan sacred region was only a part of the Lingwu sacred world. The 10 people will be competed for by the peerless talents of the 9 realms. Before the peerless talents of the 9 realms compete, the peerless talents of this realm will compete for the spots first. The competition in the Xianyuan realm will be jointly carried out by the Xianyuan dynasty, the Black Palace, and the Wuchen Palace. In the Xianyuan realm, the most powerful force was the Xianyuan dynasty, followed by the Black Palace and the Wuchen Palace, which were not under the jurisdiction of the Xianyuan dynasty. The real talents of the Xianyuan dynasty were basically in the Xiantian army and the Jinyuan guards. Naturally, they would be selected from the Xiantian army and the Jinyuan guards. Now, they would be selected from the Xiantian army. After a certain number of people were selected, they would form a team with the peerless talents selected by the Jinyuan guards and compete with the peerless talents selected by the Black Palace and the Wuchen Palace. Then, they would compete with the peerless talents selected by the other 8 realms and obtain the last 10 places to enter the Lingwu sacred ground. Shunzong and the others were all excited. He had to compete with the geniuses of the Xiantian army, the geniuses of the Jinyuan guard, the geniuses of the Dark Absolute Palace and the Wuchen Palace, and finally, the geniuses of the other 8 realms. This kind of competition was a great training for them. Even if they could not obtain the last 10 places to enter the Lingwu sacred ground, they would definitely gain a lot, and their cultivation would be higher and their strength would be stronger. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's blood boil. Now, the killing division of the Xinxian army had selected 8 peerless talents. In addition to the killing division, the Xinxian army also had the combat division and the defense division. They would also select 8 peerless talents, making a total of 24. However, the Xinxian army was only one of the 9 armies of the Xiantian army. The other 8 armies would also select peerless talents to participate in the competition. In fact, there was no rule on how many people each army could select. 8, 10, or 20 could be selected. However, the selected people must be strong enough. Otherwise, if they were not strong enough, they would only be selected as a formality. Because of this, the killing division of the Xinxian army only selected 8 people. These 8 people were the most talented and powerful people under the age of 100. Naturally, the other armies followed the same criteria when selecting candidates. However, the Xinxian army had the least number of people, so there were not many people selected. The other 8 armies had more people, so the selection ratio was naturally higher. However, no matter how many people were selected in the end, they would have to compete for the spots in the end. Although luck was important, it was not the most important thing. Chapter 1509. Currently, the demons of the void hadn't invaded on a large scale. They only wandered around on a small scale to test the waters. Moreover, the interval between each attack was relatively long for Chunzong. Normally, there wouldn't be any small-scale battles in a year. Even if there were, the Divine Black Army would be able to suppress them directly. Therefore, the Xiantian army had the time and energy to hold a selection. Also, it was related to the Lingwu sacred ground. The Lingwu sacred ground had another name. It was the number one sacred ground and the number one opportunity in the world. At least, it was the number one sacred ground in the world. As for whether there were other sacred grounds hidden in the dark, no one knew. But no matter what, everyone who knew about the Lingwu sacred ground was filled with desire to enter. However, the Lingwu sacred ground only opened once every 1,000 years, and those who entered couldn't be older than 100 years old. All sorts of conditions limited the majority of people. Only an extremely small number of people could enter. 10 people. They were destined to be the most outstanding prodigies and were destined to be peerless. Rumor had it that everyone who entered the Lingwu sacred ground had their cultivation increase rapidly. As long as they didn't die, they were all terrifying figures of their generation. 8 people from the Divine Black Army. 8 people from the Divine Black Army. 8 people from the Divine Black Army. 24 people from the Divine Black Army. In addition, the 8 armies of the Xintian army selected at least 30 to 40 people. In the end, there were as many as 280 prodigies in the Xintian army who met the conditions. The oldest of the 280 prodigies was 99 years old. After all, they were only 100 years old. If they participated in the competition, they might be older than 100 years old in a year. At that time, even if they got a spot, they wouldn't be able to enter the Lingwu sacred ground and would become a joke. Inside the Xintian battle castle, the 9 generals appeared one after another. The experts under them also appeared. For example, the battle master of the Divine Black Army was an old man wearing domineering armor. His hair and beard were white, but his eyes were extremely sharp. A terrifying battle intent condensed on his body, as if it was going to break the clouds. The commander of the Spirit Xian army was wearing heavy armor. He looked like a towering and majestic iron tower, indestructible and unbreakable. His aura was like that of an ancient mountain. The battle master of the Divine Black Army was wearing a silver mask and a silver robe. He exuded an extremely mysterious aura. These were the 3 strongest experts under the battle master of the Divine Black Army. The generals of the other 8 armies and their strongest subordinates also appeared one after another. This was a matter of great importance, so all those who did not go out or cultivate in seclusion for a long period of time would appear. The 9 generals moved in unison, forming hand seals. Each hand seal had a different shape and color, and the aura they exuded was different as well. However, they were all extremely majestic and mighty. Immediately, under the 9 mysterious hand seals, the array was activated and began to operate at full power. One must know that the 9 Supremes were all half-step great saints, a formation that required 9 half-step great sage experts to work together to activate. How astonishing would that be? The formation was in chaos, as if the world had just been created. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded and reverberated in all directions, as if it was the first divine thunder that opened up the chaos between heaven and earth. Everyone could see that an extremely mysterious bolt of lightning that seemed to be gold, silver, and various other colors streaked across the chaos within the formation. Instantly, the chaos within the formation roiled and surged like a surging ocean, and it was vast and without end. Everyone stared at him, their gazes fixed. Gradually, the chaos in the formation separated. The turbid aura gathered and sank, while the clear aura gathered and rose. Clear at the top and turbid at the bottom. Heaven and earth. Shenzong stared at it with his eyes wide open. Of course, this was not the real creation of heaven and earth. It was just a simulation, but it still contained a trace of wonder. It gave him an indescribable feeling. However, the feeling was so weak that he did not feel anything special. It was as if a seed had been planted, waiting for the right time or opportunity to grow. Heaven and earth were separated. Bolts of lightning swam in the sky and struck directly. The ground was bombarded continuously. In some places, the ground rose rapidly, while in others, it sank rapidly. It rose as a mountain and sank as a valley. A trace of blackness grew and spread, turning into rolling dark clouds. Lightning flashed like dragons and snakes dancing. Torrential rain fell from the sky. Countless raindrops flowed and gathered in the valley. They gathered at the fissures in the ground. The water level gradually rose, forming lakes and rivers. Seeds broke through the ground, and trees grew. They rose to the sky and stood tall on the ground. In a short time, a world was formed in the formation. However, this was not the real creation of heaven and earth. It was just a trace of mystery with the power of the formation. However, Chunzong had a thought. If the formation was powerful to a certain extent, could it really create heaven and earth? At this moment, the world in the formation was completed. Mountains stood tall, forests were dense, and rivers flowed. A true sun slowly rose into the sky, and its light shone in all directions. Looking from outside the formation, the world inside seemed to be clearly visible. Immediately, the 9 generals of the half-step Great Saint Army formed hand seals again. Suddenly, the sky in the Xiantian Chaos Formation lit up and fell from the sky to the ground. This time, the Xiantian Army will choose 10 people based on momentum of competition. They will represent the Xianyuan dynasty with the 10 chosen by the Zhenyuan guards and the peerless geniuses cultivated by the royal family. They will compete with the peerless geniuses of the Black Absolute Palace and the Wuchen Hall. They will represent the Xianyuan realm and compete with the other 8 realms, the Tianxian general said in a clear voice. You, the 280 chosen peerless geniuses, will compete for the top 10 in the Xiantian Chaos Formation. After entering the Xiantian Chaos Formation, everyone will receive the power of the formation membrane and have 3 chances to die. If you are killed, you will have 1 less chance to die. If you use up all 3 chances to die, you will be eliminated. However, killing others will increase your chances of dying. However, there are many opportunities within the Xiantian Primordial Chaos Formation. These opportunities are secret treasures. The secret treasures are divided into 3 grades. There are 88 low-grade secret treasures, 28 mid-grade secret techniques, and 8 high-grade secret treasures. Obtaining those secret treasures will be of great help to you. If you obtain a secret treasure, you'll not be able to conceal your aura. The more advanced the secret technique, the more powerful your aura will be, and it will be easier for others to sense you. Remember, only 10 people can represent the Xianyuan dynasty. The time limit is 1 month. The 10 people who are not eliminated in the end, or the 10 people who have died the most times when the time is up, will be qualified. Immediately, the 280 chosen peerless geniuses of a younger generation stepped into the Xiantian Chaos Formation. Chunzong felt a wave of energy flow over him the moment he passed through the formation membrane, covering every part of his body. This feeling was even clearer than during the gambling match. This was also the feeling of everyone who stepped into the Xiantian Chaos Formation. Immediately, light flashed, and the 280 peerless geniuses were transported to different places by the formation's power. The sky was clear, and the earth was clear. Chunzong stood at the foot of a mountain and looked up. The mountain was thousands of meters high, and the trees were lush and full of vitality. Birds chirped continuously, crisp and pleasant. The mountain breeze blew past, and the leaves swayed. Countless rustling sounds filled the air. It was really a beautiful place. There was no one else around. Chunzong spread out his divine sense and swept out, covering tens of thousands of meters in an instant. However, he did not find anyone within tens of thousands of meters. Outside the formation, the world inside the formation did not seem big, and everything could be seen clearly. However, when he entered, he felt that the world was vast and boundless. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed and refreshed. Chunzong used his movement technique and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying out. He did not know where to go. It was all up to him. Not only were there 280 peerless geniuses, each of whom would become his enemy, but there was also the so-called opportunity. Secret treasures. Chunzong knew his situation very well. His cultivation base of the mid-fourth heaven saint rudiment stage was very low among the 280 peerless geniuses. After all, he had just broken through to the saint rudiment stage not long ago. Among them, there was no lack of fifth heaven saint rudiment stage cultivators, and even higher were sixth heaven saint rudiment stage cultivators. As peerless geniuses, the gap between each cultivation base was obvious. Moreover, those who had broken through to the saint rudiment stage earlier had more time to improve and had a better chance. Therefore, his strength did not have much of an advantage among the 280 peerless geniuses. What was worth being happy about was that the heaven-earth yuan qi here was very pure and majestic. There was a 1-month time limit for the competition to prevent endless battles from happening and missing the opening of the Lingwu Holy Land. The way to obtain a slot was to eliminate the other 270 peerless geniuses and directly obtain a slot for the last 10. The other way was to obtain more chances of dying, and the final result would be determined by the number of deaths. If one wanted to obtain the number of deaths, they had to kill others with their own hands. As a result, some people dispelled the idea of fishing in troubled waters. If there were no such restrictions, some people might find a secret place to hide after entering and obtain a slot in the end. This method was equivalent to reaping without sowing. In a place like the Xintian army, it was completely prohibited. If one wanted to obtain something, they had to pay the price. They had to fight, kill, and fight. No wishful thinking was allowed to exist. Shenzong's luck was not bad, but it was not good either. This was because those who were lucky would be teleported to the side of the opportunity as soon as they entered and obtain it without any danger. Those who were unlucky would be teleported to places with harsh environments. For example, they would fall into lava and almost die an unnatural death, wasting a chance to die for nothing. Regardless of whether it was joy or danger, everyone had a strong will. After quickly adjusting, they all found a direction that they thought was not bad and used their movement techniques to advance. Find other opportunities. Find other peerless geniuses to kill. Chapter 15:10. The sky was clear and bright, blue and boundless. Wisps of white clouds drifted along with the wind. It was quiet and soundless. It was as beautiful as a painting. Shenzong used the lightning flash movement technique to fly forward. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to cover a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. In essence, his divine sense was a level higher than other Saint Rudiment stage experts. Therefore, even those with a greater range of divine sense would not be able to detect his divine sense. Circulating the great mystery art, he continued to absorb the world's origin energy from all directions into his body and rapidly refined it. At this moment, there were as many as 4 saint spirals in Shenzong's Qi Si, representing his fourth heaven saint rudiment stage cultivation base. If one didn't have the assistance of external forces, then one could only slowly improve one's cultivation, and one couldn't remember it. On the other hand, the comprehension of Tao insights wasn't necessarily the same. Sometimes it required a long period of ceaseless comprehension before it was able to improve, and sometimes one could obtain sudden enlightenment in a single day. The world inside the mysterious sky, primordial formation, was vast and boundless. There were mountains, rivers, and forests. It was a world of its own. Before he knew it, Shenzong had already flown several hundred miles away. However, he did not encounter any other peerless prodigies. His divine sense covered a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. Suddenly, Shenzong sensed a trace of a strange aura. Shenzong's expression changed slightly. He changed his direction slightly and quickly flew towards the source of the strange aura. The strange aura in this world was not ordinary. It might be the so-called opportunity. If there was an opportunity, he had to obtain it. It might increase his strength and give him the capital to compete with other peerless prodigies. Close. Shenzong's speed was extremely fast. It did not take long for him to cross the distance of several tens of thousands of meters. Immediately, Shenzong sensed another aura rapidly approaching from another direction. Chunzong quickly calculated in his mind. He knew that he would encounter the other party at the source of the strange aura. The other party had obviously noticed Chunzong as well. The aura became stronger. Heart domain. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong instantly released a heart domain of 400 meters. Immediately, it absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi within a radius of 400 meters. It rapidly condensed into an origin ring and rapidly solidified. This was the primordial ring of the 5-layered primordial ring mystic technique. After such a long period of cultivation, even though he hadn't reached the grand completion stage, he had cultivated to the 3rd primordial ring. It was just that he needed some time to execute it. In the midst of a battle, this kind of time was not easy to obtain, but it could be prepared in advance. This was something only Chunzong could do. After all, Chunzong was capable of multitasking and had the control of his heart domain. Of course, the existence of Yuan Huan had to be controlled at all times. If it was used in battle, it would undoubtedly disperse and weaken his strength in disguise. But now, Chunzong quietly condensed 3 primordial rings and waited for his opponent to approach. They were only a few thousand meters apart. Through the forest, they could see the silhouettes of both parties. This person was clad in battle armor, which was the style of the Heavenly Profound Army. He was none other than the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy, Mysterious God Army Killing Division. The other party also saw Chunzong and recognized the Mysterious God Killing armor on Chunzong's body and was slightly startled. The Shenxian Army was the most elite of the 9 armies, and the Slaughter Division was the most elite of the 3 divisions. It could be said that the Slaughter Division of a Shenxian Army was the most elite of the Mysterious Heaven Army. Immediately, the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy sneered. Watch how I kill the so-called most elite member of the Slaughter Division of the Shenxian Army. There was intense competition between the 9 armies of the Mysterious Heaven Army. Although there was no hatred, they were secretly competing with each other. Turning into lightning, he rapidly approached his opponent. The Heavenly Profound Realm's prodigy also approached Chunzong like a gust of wind. In an instant, both parties approached each other, and the other party also entered the range of his heart domain. The heart domain was formless, colorless, and soundless. It was difficult to detect. Go! Chunzong waved his hand, and the 3 primordial rings behind his back flew out at an astonishing speed. Under the heart domain, the 3 primordial rings were completely controlled by Chunzong, and they became more agile. When Chunzong attacked, his opponent reacted very quickly and immediately attacked with a saber. The long saber broke through the sky, and the saber light was chilling. It was only one saber, but it slashed towards the 3 primordial rings, even though the 3 primordial rings weren't in a straight line. Just this one saber strike had displayed his extraordinary attainments in saber techniques. However, under the heart domain, the trajectory of his opponent's saber strike was completely grasped by Chunzong. Although his cultivation was higher than Chunzong, it wasn't by much. He was only at the peak of the 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. At the same time, Chunzong slashed out with his sword, and the sword light was shocking. This sword happened to block his opponent's saber strike, and the 3 primordial rings rapidly fell towards his opponent's arm and neck. He tried his best to avoid it, but he couldn't completely avoid it. His left arm was bound by one of the primordial rings, and it instantly contracted. A terrifying force seemed to want to break his left arm. The Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy had no choice but to use all his strength to break free from the primordial rings. At the same time, Chunzong attacked with his sword. Lifeless sword style. Although the speed of this sword wasn't as fast as the extreme heart sword style, it wasn't slow at all. Moreover, the murderous intent was extremely intense, and it was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. It was like a torrential river or a 1,000-year-old volcano erupting in a single day. There was a difference in cultivation, but in terms of strength, the Heavenly Profound Army's prodigy wasn't as good as Chunzong, let alone under the heart domain. Kill. This sword couldn't be avoided, and it directly slashed through his neck. The light suddenly lit up, and a ray of light shot towards Chunzong, instantly rippling like water. In an instant, the heavenly profound army's prodigy turned into a ray of light and flew far away. No one knew where he would appear, as it was completely random. Chunzong's chances of dying increased to 4 times. This could be considered a good start. Moreover, not far away, there was a ball of light quietly waiting in the crevice of a rock. The light was silver in color, and it emitted traces of a strange aura. A secret treasure. Chunzong's figure flashed, and he directly grabbed the silver ball of light. The light shattered, revealing the item within. It was a silver armguard. The design was simple and streamlined, and the lines on it were like rays of light sweeping across the sky. At the same time, a message was transmitted to Chunzong's mind. Silver light arm, mid-grade secret treasure, contains the power of silver light. After activation, it can double the speed of attack for 3 breaths. It can be used once every 6 hours. There is no need to refine it. This secret treasure can be used directly. In an instant, the silver light arm turned into a ball of light and covered Chunzong's right arm. It fit perfectly and was very comfortable, and it was covered by the sleeve of his long robe. However, traces of the secret treasure's aura continued to spread from it, and a faint silver light also filled the air. This was a reminder to others that Chunzong had a secret treasure, and it was a mid-grade one. This was the price one had to pay to obtain a secret treasure. However, the power of silver light after activation of the silver light arm could double the speed of attack for 3 breaths, which was undoubtedly very shocking. Unfortunately, the duration was too short and the interval between uses was too long. Nevertheless, it was considered good to obtain a mid-grade secret treasure. Increasing one's chances of dying and obtaining a mid-grade secret treasure. This trip was considered a great harvest. However, the aura of the silver light arm spread too far. It could be felt within a radius of 30 miles, and faint traces of silver light could be seen in the air within 30 miles. Chunzong collected his thoughts and did not try the power of the silver light arm. After all, after using it, it could only be used again after 24 hours. If he encountered a strong enemy, it would be a pity if he did not have the power of a secret treasure to use. 10 places, I must get one, Chunzong thought to himself. Although his cultivation was at the bottom among the 280 sky prides, his strength was not necessarily the same. Now that he had obtained a mid-grade secret treasure, it could increase his strength at a critical moment. There were 280 sky prides this time, but there were not that many secret treasures. There were 88 low-grade secret treasures. There were 28 mid-grade secret treasures. There were 8 high-grade secret treasures. In total, there were 124 secret treasures. At most, only 124 people could obtain a secret treasure, but it was also possible that some people could obtain more than one secret treasure. For example, if he was lucky enough, he could obtain another secret treasure. Since mid-grade secret treasures were so good, what about high-grade secret treasures? Thinking quickly, Chunzong's footsteps did not stop as he quickly flew forward. Everywhere, other sky prides found secret treasures, and other sky prides encountered each other, and fierce battles broke out. When Chunzong turned into a bolt of lightning and passed through a valley, he suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of yuan qi in the valley. It was very rich, so he immediately descended to search for it. What a dense and pure yuan qi of heaven and earth. Chunzong couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the exuberant vegetation before him. Then, a bright light flashed across his eyes. I can use the yuan qi here to break through my cultivation technique. It had been some time since he reached the 20th level of the De Xian origin formula. During this time, his potential had been constantly unearthed through the gambling battle. Now that he had comprehended the mysteries of the 21st level, with the rich yuan qi here, he could break through. In a flash, Chunzong immediately stepped into the valley. His divine sense covered tens of thousands of meters, but but he did not find anyone else. He immediately focused on operating his cultivation technique, absorbing the rich and pure yuan qi around him to help him break through his cultivation technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Along with the circulation of the grand profundity art, violent winds whistled and boundlessly vast as boundless energy of the heavens and the earth converged from all directions and surged towards Chunzong. His heart domain was 400 meters wide, and a large amount of yuan qi was compressed and condensed into his body. As a result, his absorption speed was much faster. A figure flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning and entered the range of 100 miles in an instant. Then, the figure landed on the ground. This aura, there was a small scar at the corner of this person's eye, and he looked a little fierce. His expression changed as he carefully sensed the aura in the air. His sharp eyes could also distinguish the faint silver light in the air. A secret treasure. It should be the aura of a secret treasure. Joy appeared on the face of the youth with the scar at the corner of his eye. He immediately identified the source of the aura and flew out at an astonishing speed. The aura of a fifth heaven saint realm expert spread out. The person was heading in the direction of Chunzong. 100 miles. This was not a long distance for a fifth heaven saint realm prodigy. He could cross it in a short time. Chapter 1511. Among the 9 armies of the Xintian army, the Shenxian army was ranked first, but it had fewer people. The other 8 armies had more people, and there were many talented people among them. Even when compared to the elites of the Shenxian army, they were not inferior to them. The young man with a scar on the corner of his eye was from the Wang Xianjun army. His name was Li Wuyuan. The other 8 armies of the mysterious Sky Army were different from the Divine Black Army. In other words, they were different from the Divine Black Army Slaughter Division. The Divine Black Army Slaughter Division did not talk about names, only code names. On the other hand, the Combat Division, Imperial Division, and the other 8 armies called each other by name. Li Wuyuan stared at Chunzong with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, he said in a low voice, "Elite of the Divine Black Army Slaughter Division, let me see what you're capable of." The Divine Black Army Slaughter Division was often known as the gathering place of the mysterious Sky Army's elites. Naturally, it would arouse the dissatisfaction of some talented and arrogant people. They felt that they were not weaker than Li Wuyuan and might even be stronger. Moreover, Li Wuyuan had a secret treasure on him. Regardless of whether it was a low-grade, mid-grade, or high-grade secret treasure, it was useful to them. In an instant, Li Wuyuan's movement technique erupted. He turned into a gust of wind and let out a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth as he charged towards Chunzong. Wherever he passed, the grass and trees on his left and right were smashed into powder by the gust of wind. The ground was torn apart, and sand and stones flew into the air before turning into powder. He was like a violent tornado that charged forward. An ordinary 5th-level Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator would not be able to resist such an aura. However, Chunzong was still cultivating and had no intention of getting up. A ferocious look flashed across Li Wuyuan's face. From the looks of it, Li Wuyuan was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. If he forced himself to get up, he would be devoured by his cultivation technique. No matter what he did, he would not be able to escape death. Kill. Li Wuyuan had no intention of waiting for Li Wuyuan to finish cultivating. He would not have such an opportunity to fight the spatial fiend devil on the battlefield. That would be courting death. Even if they were both members of the mysterious Sky Army and were not enemies, they were still enemies at this moment. They were enemies who were competing for opportunities, so of course, he would not hold back. Kill. The wind howled, destroying everything in its path. Li Wuyuan then blasted out with his palm. The wind immediately condensed and turned into an angry dragon, intending to kill Chunzong in an instant. Li Wuyuan's cultivation was at the early 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, and the cultivation technique he cultivated was also a top-grade Saint grade cultivation technique. His strength was much stronger than an ordinary early 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. This attack was enough to kill an ordinary early 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. At the moment when the raging wind dragon was about to hit Chunzong's eyes suddenly opened, emitting a cold light. There seemed to be a vast expanse in the depths of his eyes. The scarlet infernal flame sword struck out in an instant. Lightning mountain cleaving, the sword light turned into an incomparably violent thunderbolt, as if it was going to shatter a mountain. It was extremely violent. Although this sword strike was very powerful, it still couldn't block Li Weiyuan's raging wind dragon attack. After all, Chunzong's attack was a little hasty. However, he didn't need to completely block it. He only needed to block it for an instant. Lightning leaves the dust. Illusory, net 9 transformations. Chunzong executed 2 different movement techniques consecutively. He dodged the raging wind dragon and struck out with his sword. Extreme Heart Sword style. The speed of this sword strike was extremely fast and shocking. Even Li Weiyuan was surprised. "You're quite capable," Li Weiyuan sneered. The long saber on his back suddenly jumped up and slashed down. The saber light was extremely fierce and contained endless killing intent. This saber strike seemed to be able to split the void in front of it and annihilate everything. Li Weiyuan didn't plan to hold back when he attacked. It was as if he treated Chunzong as a void demon and attacked with all his might. One strike to kill. Chunzong's hair stood on end as his killing intent surged forth, sending chills down his spine. As expected of a selected peerless Sky Pride. It was really shocking. The reason why the Sky Pride from the Heavenly Profound Army was defeated and killed so quickly was because he had unexpectedly used his Yuan ring. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that they would have to exchange blows to determine the victor. Lifeless sword style. An intense killing intent surged and condensed on the sword. It struck out violently like a bolt of lightning. The saber and sword collided in an instant, and an extremely terrifying force vibrated through the sword. Chunzong couldn't help but take 3 steps back. In terms of cultivation, the gap between him and his opponent was obvious. If he hadn't broken through to the 21st level of the Daxian art in time, causing his Saint energy to become even more majestic and pure, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this saber strike. Li Weiyuan was even more surprised that his saber strike had been blocked. However, his reaction was extremely fast. Without any hesitation, the saber light flashed and turned into 9 violent saber lights. In an instant, the 9 saber lights turned into 81 saber lights and covered Chunzong from head to toe. Every saber light was extremely sharp and had an astonishing killing intent. It was a pure saber of slaughter without any extravagance. The saber light tore through the void as if it wanted to tear Chunzong into pieces. It made Chunzong's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong shrunk his heart domain to 100 meters. When it shrunk from 400 meters to 100 meters, everything became clearer and was completely controlled by Chunzong's perception. 81 saber lights, 81 trajectories. Chunzong's expression was solemn. With a sword in hand and covered by his heart domain, he used his heart to control the sword in his hand. The speed of his sword was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong swung his sword. It looked like an ordinary sword, but there were 81 swords that blocked the 81 saber lights. Every saber light was so powerful that Chunzong had no choice but to quickly divert the force. The ground was shattered by the impact of the guided force. This move was blocked by Chunzong again. Li Weiyuan was even more surprised. His cultivation was obviously not as high as his, but he was able to block his saber strikes. Was this the ability of an elite from the Divine Xian Army? No, he was definitely not weaker than an elite from the Divine Xian Army. The long saber pierced through the air again. Chunzong's figure kept changing and circled around. The figures overlapped and the saber lights intersected, forming an inescapable net and a purgatory of saber lights. 9 sabers. 9 sabers. 81 sabers. 81 sabers. Then, they turned into 9 figures again. 9 sabers attacked. It was even more mysterious, unfathomable, and peerlessly fierce. However, under the heart domain, all the trajectories were under Chunzong's control. There was nowhere to hide. Although it was very difficult, Chunzong blocked all the attacks in the end. He blocked all of them. Li Weiyuan was extremely shocked. Although it seemed that it was not easy for Chunzong to block them, he still managed to block them. Take this. His words were cold and filled with killing intent. An extremely terrifying chill erupted in the blink of an eye. A saber strike that gathered all the strength in his body. It was an extremely terrifying saber strike. Kill. Chunzong's hair stood on end. Under the heart domain, he could clearly feel the terror of this saber strike. It was as if it was going to split the heart domain, split the heavens and earth, and split himself. Heaven burning, earth fire. Without hesitation, Chunzong used his most powerful strike. The origin chi of fire in the 100-meter heart domain was instantly absorbed and integrated into the sword. The fire was bright and blazing. It was extremely violent. The high temperature burned fiercely and turned it into ashes. This strike caused Li Weiyuan's expression to change drastically. He felt a great threat. The sword and saber collided countless times in an instant. The terrifying power swept out in all directions and shattered with a loud bang. The copious and irresistible impact caused Chunzong to retreat continuously. Li Weiyuan could not stop himself from retreating. Every step he took shattered the ground and left a deep pit. However, as the two of them retreated, they attacked at the same time. The saber and sword struck out, and the sword light and saber light pierced through the air. Chunzong paused his footsteps. His figure flashed rapidly, and he waved his long sword. Wind martial art. 3 strikes were launched consecutively. In an instant, they turned into thunder martial art moves. The moves were continuous, and sword light filled the air. Even though the might of his sword moves was inferior to heaven-burning earth fire, there were no flaws in his sword moves. They were continuous and varied, and for a time, Li Weiyuan could only block them. But Li Weiyuan's saber technique was exquisite to the extreme. Every single saber strike pursued extreme lethality. It seemed simple, yet was profound and shocking. It was a saber technique that he'd tempered from numerous life and death battles with void devils. His adaptability was swift, and he ceaselessly blocked Chunzong's sword techniques while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Chunzong wasn't anxious. His opponent's strength was formidable. Moreover, his saber technique was exquisite and peerless, and his saber insight was formidable. He was a very good opponent to temper himself with. Chunzong relied on the pressure Li Weiyuan gave him to ceaselessly temper himself and arouse his potential. He intended to make himself reach a higher level of enlightenment. But Li Weiyuan's thoughts were different. He wanted to kill Chunzong as soon as possible and seize Chunzong's secret treasure before killing even more people. Wind martial art. Chunzong executed this basic Dao insight martial technique over and over again without end. Under the pressure of the life and death crisis from Li Weiyuan's saber technique, he felt that he'd improved once again. Lightning martial art, fire martial art, sword martial art. The 4 basic Dao insight martial techniques were executed alternately, but every single time they were executed, their order would be disrupted. They were executed casually and at will. They were sometimes slow like a cool breeze, sometimes violent like a raging inferno, and sometimes sharp like a heavenly blade. The more they fought, the more unsightly Li Weiyuan's expression became. His cultivation was obviously much higher than his opponent, yet he was unable to kill his opponent. Humiliation. He took a deep breath, and the energy in his entire body was agitated without end. It was violent and shocking, and his aura shot into the sky to condense into the image of saber in the sky, and it emitted a terrifying aura of annihilation. Spirit slaughter, absolute saber. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Weiyuan executed an offensive secret technique, an extremely strong saber strike. This saber strike seemed as if it could annihilate all living beings in the heavens and the earth, and it caused Chun Zong to be astounded to the extreme. The might of this saber strike was at least 50% stronger than Li Wuyuan's other saber techniques and saber moves. Chun Zong's hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes narrowed as a speck of cold light shot out from the depths of his eyes. The might of this saber strike seemed to have exceeded the upper limit of what he was able to resist. Silverlight energy. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Zong directly utilized the strength of the mid-grade secret treasure, Silverlight Arm, and a wisp of silver light instantly suffused out and covered his right arm like flowing water. Chun Zong felt that when his right arm was covered by the silver light, an extremely strange energy suffused his entire right arm. Instantly, it seemed as if his right arm had lost all weight, and it became extremely light and nimble. Silverlight energy. This could only be maintained for the time of 3 breaths. 3 breaths was actually very short, and it passed in a flash. But 3 breaths couldn't be considered to be short to an expert, and it was sufficient for him to execute many moves. Chapter 15:12. Lifeless Sword Style. Extreme Killing Intent. Extreme Killing Intent. Extreme Sword Stroke. Extreme Purity. This sword stroke was only for killing. This sword was unleashed for the sole purpose of slaughter. The power of silver light could double the attack speed, which was equivalent to doubling the speed of the sword stroke. Double. This was a terrifying concept. Chun Zong's sword stroke was already very fast. With the doubling of the speed, it became even more shocking and terrifying. If he used the power of silver light to activate the extreme heart sword style, the sword stroke would be extremely fast. But he didn't. Chun Zong chose the lifeless sword style. Although the speed of the lifeless sword style was not as fast as the extreme heart sword style, it was much more powerful. With the power of silver light, the sword stroke's speed was doubled. The sword stroke speed was much faster than the extreme heart sword style. It also had terrifying power. Moreover, the power of the slash was increased with the support of the high speed of the sword stroke. Only with such power could he break the weak point of Li Wuyuan's attack. Kill. The power of silver light caused Chun Zong's sword stroke to increase rapidly. In an instant, it slashed through Li Wuyuan. When the saber light dissipated, Li Wuyuan stood still with his saber in his hand. His face revealed a look of disbelief. He was actually killed. Then, as the light flickered, one of them shot towards Chun Zong. Li Wuyuan lost 1 chance to die, so he only had 2 left. However, Chun Zong had 1 more chance to die, so he had 5. Li Wuyuan turned into a beam of light and fled. Chun Zong did not rush to act. He stood still with his eyes closed and fell into silence. In the valley, a gentle breeze blew. It blew his hair and clothes, making Chun Zong feel as if he was going to fly with the wind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a sharp light shot out like lightning. The scarlet hellfire flowing flame sword was also unsheathed and slashed out. The sword stroke was subtle, and the sword shadow was light. It was Feng Wuying. Its speed was amazing, and the sword energy was continuous like the wind. Immediately, the second stroke was slashed out. A shocking sharpness spread out. Wind splitting strong. With the last stroke, a fierce wind rose. The hurricane roared and destroyed everything. Wind City destruction. Chun Zong swung his sword again and again, as if he was enlightened. He kept practicing his wind martial arts. Inside the valley, a cool breeze blew gently. Sometimes, it would become stronger and turn into a gale that whistled endlessly. Chun Zong's sword paused. He focused his eyes and sensed with his heart domain. A trace of comprehension suddenly surged in his heart. He swung his sword. The sword seemed to have disappeared, blending into the wind of the valley. Sword after sword, over and over again. Suddenly, Chun Zong laughed heartily. So that's how it is. Another sword slashed out. Wind rose, surging in all directions, graceful to the point of berserk. Wind martial arts. Perfection. Wind martial arts. Thunder martial arts. Fire martial arts. Sword martial arts. Chunzong had obtained these four basic Tao insight martial techniques for a period of time, and he'd cultivated all of them to the mastery realm, yet none of them had attained perfection. The difference between great perfection and great perfection was one level, but there was an obvious difference. Perfection meant that one's martial arts had reached the pinnacle, becoming one with it. There were no obvious flaws, and it also meant that one had comprehended it to the highest level. Perfection meant that the might of one's martial arts would increase along with it. Countless comprehensions gushed out and filled his mind. Chunzong unconsciously swung the sword in his hand. Every sword strike seemed to be disorderly, yet every sword strike was filled with profundity, as if they'd merged into the wind and moved with the wind. This was a miraculous state that caused Chunzong to be completely immersed in it and forget everything in the outside world. 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. An hour passed. The valley was filled with boundless wind that swept out endlessly. Wind Dao insight. Fourth circulation. Chunzong never imagined that when his wind martial arts attained perfection this time, even his wind Dao insight would break through from the third circulation to the fourth circulation, causing its might to be even stronger, and his ability to go against his enemies would be even stronger. I'll seize this opportunity to continue breaking through. Chunzong didn't hesitate in the slightest to immediately withdraw an enlightenment pill and consume it. The enlightenment pill was capable of increasing one's comprehension ability for a short period of time. The best was naturally to enter into closed-door cultivation in a suitable and safe place in the outside world. But Chunzong felt that after his wind martial arts broke through to the perfection stage and his wind Dao insight broke through to the fourth circulation, it didn't stop and instead had a feeling of wanting to continue. Thus, he had to seize this opportunity. Consuming the enlightenment pill to increase one's comprehension ability could speed up this process and shorten the time. The energy of the enlightenment pill dissolved. Instantly, Chunzong felt his mind become completely clear, and his entire body felt extremely light, as if he was about to rise into the sky. All distracting thoughts vanished, and his mind was incomparably concentrated, as if it was infinitely magnified. The comprehension related to the wind martial arts and wind Dao insight gushed out ceaselessly like spring water. The enlightenment pill started to display its shocking effect, and it even increased Chunzong's comprehension ability that was already extraordinary by 20 to 30%. An increase of 20 to 30% directly broke through the original limit, and its effect was extremely shocking. Countless bright lights gushed out, and lights flickered endlessly within Chunzong's eyes. The lights seemed like a gentle breeze, yet also seemed like a howling gale, yet also seemed like a roaring storm. Wind, wind, wind. There was only wind in his mind, in his eyes, and in his heart. Wind was everything. Wind filled the heavens and the earth, and it was boundless and everywhere. So long as there was aura, it would form wind. Wind would be gentle. Wind would be mighty as well. Wind would be even more violent. Wind would be sharp as well. When it was gentle, it passed by slowly, and it fluttered his hair. When it was mighty, it whistled and surged, causing sand and rocks to fly. When it was violent, it roared in the heavens and the earth, and it destroyed everything in its path. When it was sharp, it was like a heavenly blade that tore everything into pieces. Even more inspiration gushed out. Chunzong felt that no matter if it was gentleness, mighty, violent, or sharp, they were all the characteristics of wind, and they were the profundities contained within the wind Dao insight. If he was able to completely master these four profundities and merge them into one, then he would be able to push the wind Dao insight to the limit and evolve it into an even higher level Dao insight. Perhaps it would become a high-level Dao insight. But when Chunzong wanted to carry it out, he instead had a feeling of powerlessness. He instantly understood that his accumulation was insufficient and was unable to allow the low-level wind Dao insight to evolve into a high-level wind Dao insight. But he was unable to evolve it into a high-level wind Dao insight. yet he had a chance of evolving it into a mid-level Wind Dao insight. The earthly Fire Dao insight was a mid-level Dao insight, and it mainly contained the two profundities of violence and blazing. Then, the mid-level Wind Dao insight naturally contained these two profundities as well. Of course, a Wind Dao insight was all-encompassing, and its profundities weren't limited to just those four types. But those four types were something that Chunzong was able to clearly comprehend. Then, how should I choose the four types of clear profundities that I'm able to comprehend? Without much hesitation, Chunzong made his choice right away. The profundities of the violent wind, the profundities of the sharp wind. His comprehension ability erupted as he comprehended with all his might. Instantly, the surrounding wind was guided and affected by the profundities, and it gradually became violent before transforming into a gale that howled and roared endlessly as it raged through the surroundings, seeming as if it wanted to destroy everything in the surroundings. Chunzong's entire body was enveloped within the gale, and he seemed as if he wanted to fly up into the sky, and his long hair fluttered wildly. After that, strands of sharp energy condensed out from within the gale, and they were sharp like blades as they sliced through everything. They became one with the gale as they madly minced and became terrifying to the extreme. It was a gale that tore apart everything and shattered everything. Rumble. The heavens and the earth shook, and the gorge was vast and mighty. Sand and rocks flew out from all directions, and they transformed into dust and powder. Chunzong's body was within the eye of the gale, and he slowly soared into the sky along with the gale that swept out, and he relied on the strength of the gale and not his own strength. His figure ceaselessly rose and rose. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters. Soon after, his body stopped, and he stood still in the void along with the roaring gale. Countless rays of light swirled in Chunzong's eyes. In an instant, Chunzong let out a low roar that sounded like the sound of heaven and earth. Then, he unsheathed his sword and slashed downwards. Rumble. This sword move was extremely mysterious, and the gale that surrounded it in all directions was instantly guided by this sword and blasted towards it. The ground of the gorge was shattered, and countless plants and trees flew up and turned into powder that merged into the gale, making the gale even more terrifying and destructive. The tremor lasted for more than 10 breaths before it quieted down. A huge gully that was at least 100 meters wide and thousands of meters long and more than 10 meters deep appeared in the gorge, demonstrating the terrifying power of Chunzong's sword move. The power of a sword move that covered a large area was extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the heaven-burning earth sword move at all, and its range was even wider. 1 sword move, 2 sword moves, 3 sword moves. Chunzong swung his sword 10 times in a row, and 10 terrifying gale sword chi roared in all directions, wantonly passing through the gorge. Kill! 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 After the 10 sword moves, the entire gorge was almost shattered, as if it was a ruin. This destructive power was simply too shocking. The power is indeed strong, but the power is too scattered. Chunzong thought to himself. While the effect of the God Mystery Enlightenment Elixir was still in effect, Chunzong continued to comprehend, modifying and perfecting this sword move and striving for a better result. If the power was too scattered, it naturally had to be gathered and condensed. Although he could slowly comprehend it, Chunzong did not have that much time. Hence, the most direct method was to use the heart domain to assist. The heart domain was indeed useful. Within the range of the heart domain, everything was under the influence of the user, and he could easily perceive and even guide everything within the heart domain. Referring to the heaven-burning earth sword, Chunzong suddenly had an idea. In an instant, he absorbed the origin energy of wind within a range of 400 meters. This was not a lava land, nor was it a place with high temperature. Hence, the origin energy of heaven and earth was much more abundant in the origin energy of wind than the origin energy of fire and water. The density and purity of the origin energy of wind was fused into this sword move, and then it was swung out. Kill. At the beginning, it was only an extremely sharp sword light that emitted a slight sound. In the next instant, it became violent, as if it had absorbed the wind of the heavens and the earth, and it commanded the wind to converge to transform into a tempest before transforming into a gale. The gale was violent and sharp, and it was the combination of the two. It was also because Chun Zong's Wind Dao Insight had transformed into the intermediate stage Gale Dao Insight. The might of the Gale Dao Insight naturally surpassed the Wind Dao Insight greatly. Using the Gale Dao Insight to drive it, fusing the essence of the Wind Dao Insight, fusing it with his own comprehension of martial techniques and the heavens and the earth, he finally created this sword move that was closely related to the wind. The sword move was like a gale that easily destroyed everything, and it was all-powerful and violent to the extreme. This type of violence was different from the violence of the heaven-burning earth sword, but they both possessed terrifying destructive force. Chapter 15:13. The Sixth Tao is about to enter the capital. From now on, please don't call me Little Six. Call me Lulu. The heaven's pride of the Ming Xian army was astonishingly fast. Like a gust of wind, he traversed thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. His body came to a halt in the blink of an eye. His expression was solemn as he stared ahead with a frown on his face. A cold light flashed in his eyes as his mid-fifth heaven Saint Rudiment stage aura surged out from his body. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously, and it was extremely pleasant to the ears. The three parts of the short spear and short staff on his back instantly combined into a long spear. The long spear was bronze in color and looked extremely heavy. However, the tip of the spear radiated an unparalleled sharpness, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. His aura fused with the long spear in his hand. His battle intent soared to the heavens, as if it wanted to pierce through the 9 heavens. At this time, a figure came from afar like a ghost and appeared in a flash. When this person saw the person holding the spear in front of him, the corners of his mouth suddenly hung a cold smile, and a trace of extremely fierce, killing intent bloomed in his eyes. His ghostly figure didn't stop at all as he quickly closed in on his opponent. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the stronger one wins. This was a battle of life and death, and it was a fight for fortune and a fight for a spot. So, he couldn't hesitate or hold back in the slightest. Kill. The bronze spear was as heavy as a mountain and astonishingly sharp. It instantly pierced through the air and suppressed the air in front of it, making it seem as if it had collapsed in an instant. There was an extremely terrifying rumbling sound. Countless streams of air flowed in from all directions, like an extremely astonishing cyclone that crushed everything. However, his ghostly figure flickered and seemed to have turned into nothingness. He directly penetrated the spear radiance and closed in on his opponent. He waved his left hand at an indescribably fast speed, and a faint light appeared in the air. There was no way to dodge. Even his reaction was a step too slow. The mid-fifth heaven Saint Realm Prodigy's neck was instantly sliced by the black light. His body flickered as a ray of light separated from his body and was absorbed by his opponent. Then, he quickly fled into the distance. One strike. With just a single strike, he had killed a peerless prodigy at the mid-fifth heaven Saint Realm. This was a terrifying display of strength. 8 times. This person's feminine face was suffused with a wisp of a sinister smile, and his voice was low. The number of deaths had reached 8, which meant that 5 people had died under his sharp blade. Unfortunately, there are no secret treasures. The man continued in a low voice, "But even if I don't get the treasure, with my strength, I can still get a spot." Strength. With strength came confidence. The stronger one was, the greater one's confidence would be. As one of the 280 peerless geniuses who participated in this competition, His cultivation level was undoubtedly one of the highest. Naturally, his strength was also one of the strongest. His figure flashed, and he quickly left like a ghost without making a sound. "You're no match for me. Stretch out your neck and let me kill you." The long-haired young man held a light blue long sword in his hand. The blade was thin and extremely sharp. His indifferent eyes stared ahead at the person who was mobilizing all his strength to resist him. "It's not certain who will live and who will die," the other party coldly snorted. Immediately, his two blades swept up an extremely terrifying blade storm, crazily sweeping out to kill. A futile struggle. A cold light flashed across the indifferent young man's eyes. He swung his sword. The seemingly casual strike instantly released a terrifying aura, as if it could split a mountain and cut a river in half. With just one strike, the terrifying blade storm was split open, and the other party's body was slashed through, leaving a long sword scar that extended for hundreds of meters. The blade chi dissipated, and the two blades fell to the ground. The other party stared blankly ahead. How could the difference be so great? "If you can survive one strike from me, I'll let you go this time." The young man, whose body was as strong as a mountain, laughed loudly. His body suddenly leaped into the air, like a dragon soaring through the sky. In an instant, he descended like a ferocious tiger leaping over a mountain stream, bringing with him a terrifying aura of a dragon and a tiger. Boom! The end of the long staff instantly became as thick as a person's waist. It smashed down with a loud bang, as if it was smashing a mountain. Under the impact of the huge staff, the ground caved in and cracked, and countless cracks spread out rapidly. Under the attack of the staff, the peerless prodigy with a late fifth heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base lost all his defenses in an instant. In an instant, a ray of light separated from his body and shot towards his opponent, while he turned into a streak of light and fled into the distance. Strong. These people were the strongest among the 280 peerless prodigies. All of them were at the sixth heaven Saint Rudiment stage. To reach the sixth heaven Saint Rudiment stage within 100 years of age, not only did one need extraordinary cultivation talent, but one also needed extraordinary opportunities. In the valley, the vegetation had been reduced to dust, and the ground was covered with countless cracks. It was a ghastly sight, as if a hurricane had wantonly destroyed the place. Shenzong stood in the valley. The energy of the spirit mystery enlightenment pill had completely disappeared. He had reaped great benefits from this cultivation. First, he had broken through to the 21st stage of the great mystery art. Secondly, his Wind Dao intent had broken through to the fourth revolution, and his Wind Martial had reached perfection. In the end, his Wind Dao insight had broken through and transformed into the intermediate grade Oblivion Wind Dao insight. Moreover, he created an even stronger sword move based on the Oblivion Wind Dao insight and the Martial of Wind, and Shenzong named this sword move Citadel Ravager. After taking a deep breath, Shenzong calmed himself down. His figure flashed, and he immediately turned into a streak of light and flew out of the valley. "You actually have a secret treasure as well. Hand it over obediently, and I'll give you a quick death." The prodigy in the dragon profound army's armor stared at Shenzong, his eyes gleaming brightly. The battle shoes on his feet emitted a faint bronze glow, and the aura of a secret treasure emanated from them. A low-grade secret treasure. The opponent's battle shoes were a low-grade secret treasure. At this moment, the prodigy was staring at Shenzong's right arm. He could see a faint silver glow, and he could feel the aura fluctuating from it. A mid-grade secret treasure. He felt that he was lucky to have met someone with a mid-grade secret treasure. As long as he killed the opponent, the mid-grade secret treasure would be dropped, and he would be able to obtain it and use it for himself. If he obtained the mid-grade secret treasure, he would have more trump cards, and it would be more advantageous for him in this battle. Of course, he was also a little wary. After all, it was a mid-grade secret treasure. Moreover, he did not know what kind of secret treasure it was and what kind of power it possessed. It would be better if the opponent was threatened and voluntarily handed it over. If not, he would fight and kill the opponent. Shenzong narrowed his eyes slightly. Naturally, he would not hand over the silver light arm to the opponent. However, this person would be a strong opponent. His cultivation was at the peak of the fifth heaven Saint Rudiment stage. He was much stronger than Shenzong, who was at the middle of the fourth heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, the opponent had a low-grade secret treasure, which was a pair of battle shoes. Shenzong did not know how effective it was. A strong opponent. Shenzong did not know if he could defeat the opponent. However, no matter what, this battle was inevitable. If that was the case, then let's fight. The scarlet infernal flame sword was unsheathed, and a streak of sword light shot out. The sword chi was violent and swift. Kill. You're courting death. Yang Ming was enraged. He was only at the middle of the fourth heaven Saint Rudiment stage. How dare he take the initiative to attack him? Kill. Yang Ming's cultivation at the peak of the fifth heaven Saint Rudiment stage erupted. Saint energy surged out like waves. It was extremely powerful and ferocious. He punched out like a dragon. The ferocious fist shattered the scarlet sword light and continued on to Shenzong. It was as if it wanted to smash Shenzong into pieces. Illusory net 9 transformations. In an instant, 9 figures flickered. This was the mastery of the illusory net 9 transformations. The illusory net 9 transformations was a saint-grade superior movement technique. It was more profound than the lightning flash and was especially suitable for battle. Now that Yang Ming could transform into 9 figures in an instant, he had cultivated it to the mastery stage. However, there was still the perfection stage above that. The 9 figures rapidly closed in on Yang Ming, and the scarlet infernal flame swords shot out in unison. Child's play. Although Yang Ming shouted coldly, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Ming. This was because this movement technique was so profound that it was difficult for him to find a flaw. However, there was no need for him to find a flaw. All he needed to do was to break it with brute force. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Yang Ming threw out a series of punches. His punches spread out in all directions, attacking everything around him. Shenzong felt as if he was a small boat in a turbulent sea. He was swaying and could be destroyed at any time. Heart domain. Yang Ming compressed it to a radius of 100 meters. He continued to compress it until it was 50 meters. 50 meters was the limit that he could compress it to. He needed to put in a lot of effort to maintain it. At the same time, everything within the heart domain became clearer. It was 10 times clearer than when he was 400 meters away. The feeling of being in control of everything became stronger and more obvious. Dodge. Shenzong pushed the illusory net 9 transformations to the extreme. He dodged his opponent's punches by a hair's breadth and slashed out with his sword. Yang Ming was shocked. His opponent could actually dodge his punches and attack him at close range. It was unbelievable. However, such an attack was not strong enough to deal with him. Shenzong was also helpless. Even though he had compressed his heart domain to a range of 50 meters and was able to avoid the other party's punch and attack, the huge gap in their cultivation made it impossible for his sword to truly injure the other party, let alone kill him. Even if he activated the power of the silver light arm, it could only increase the speed of his sword. With the increase in speed, the power would increase correspondingly. However, it was still difficult to kill his opponent. Moreover, it only lasted for 3 breaths. With a thought, Shenzong dodged Yang Ming's punches and quickly retreated to open up the distance. Futile struggle. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile coldly. He was sure that although his opponent was strong, there was still a gap between him and Yang Ming. He was only a threat. However, as long as Yang Ming was alert enough, he could defeat and kill him. At that time, his opponent's mid-tier secret treasure would belong to him. Realizing that his strength was enough to defeat his opponent, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to pursue. A cold light flashed in Shenzong's eyes. Immediately, his heart domain spread out again, covering a radius of 400 meters. With a thought, the fire Yuan Qi was drawn out and condensed on the sword. The scarlet hellfire flowing sword immediately burned. Chapter 15:14. What you see now is what Lu wrote day and night for more than a month. It will be updated regularly. Heaven burning, earth fire. The flames were violent and ferocious like a raging tide. Among the materials used to forge the Scarlet Inferno flame sword, many of them were of the fire attribute. They contained an astonishing amount of heat. The higher the temperature of the sword, the more violent its power would be. However, Chunzong also knew that this sword was not enough to kill his opponent. At most, it would only be a threat. The second sword, city-destroying hurricane. Yang Ming was slightly surprised. His fist technique became violent. Countless fist forces turned into a majestic and mighty force, like a rolling river flowing east. It broke the violent burning heaven and earth fire and blasted toward the mighty hurricane like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The hurricane was then defeated. Yang Ming's tyrannical fist energy also collapsed. What other tricks do you have? Take them out. Yang Ming sneered. The elite of the Spirit Xian army. Today, he would beat him into submission. Chunzong's face was solemn. His eyes were as sharp as swords. His thoughts flashed like lightning. His opponent's cultivation was clearly much higher than his. If his opponent was just an ordinary Fifth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator, he wouldn't be a match for him at all. However, his opponent was a peerless genius, a 1 in a million peerless genius. His cultivation method was top-grade Saint grade, and his martial arts were top-grade Saint grade. His talent was outstanding, and his combat experience was abundant. No matter what, he was impeccable. His opponent was strong, and there was an obvious gap between their cultivation. How would he fight? Chunzong's thoughts flashed like lightning. Could it be that he was going to die once? Moreover, the silver light arm would also fall. Would it be obtained by his opponent? In front of him was the light shadow that was penetrated by his opponent's punch. There was fire and wind, and it was gradually dissipating. However, the wind and fire intertwined and turned into a cyclone. It seemed to contain an amazing power. In his mind, there seemed to be a flash of lightning that tore through the darkness. Suddenly, Chunzong's eyes lit up. Wind, fire. Wind helps the fire. Fire lends itself to wind. Wind and fire did not conflict. On the contrary, they complemented each other. Chunzong's superb comprehension ability was once again put to good use, and he instantly understood. His heart domain covered the entire area, covering an area of 400 meters. Immediately, Chunzong performed heaven-burning earth fire again. His sword turned into a violent flame and blasted out. Immediately after, he performed city-crushing hurricane. However, Chunzong performed the two moves one after the other. Although his sword was very fast, there was a time gap. Moreover, his sword was shattered by Yang Ming's terrifying fist strength and could not take shape. Is that all you've got? Yang Ming shook his head, seemingly a little disappointed. He was different from Chunzong's previous opponent. He was more talkative. The more he talked, the more opportunity he created for Chunzong. Heart domain, half of it was absorbing fire elemental energy, while the other half was absorbing wind elemental energy. Heaven burning, earth fire. City destroyer, hurricane. The two moves were performed seamlessly. Heaven burning, earth fire spread out violently. As the hurricane blew, the intensity of the fire suddenly increased by several folds. It became more violent and blazing, burning everything and destroying everything. It was unstoppable. However, there was a difference between the two moves before and after. Only a small part of it could really enhance the intensity of the fire with wind. Even so, its power was directly increased by 50%. Yang Ming's expression suddenly changed. The power of this move was even more powerful. It already made him feel threatened. The power of wind and fire, the Tao of wind and fire. The fist strength exploded, and the momentum was shocking. It was like a furious dragon roaring, and also like a ferocious tiger coming out of the forest. That punch made Chunzong's hair stand on end. If his opponent had performed this punch before, he would have been defeated. It was also fortunate that his opponent was so talkative. Being talkative was not an advantage. Seeing that it was effective, Chunzong attacked again. He still divided his heart domain into two. He still performed heaven-burning earth fire and city destroyer hurricane one after another, striving to be faster. Yang Ming could also feel that the power of Chunzong's swordsmanship was increasing. At first, it was a little rusty, but now, it was becoming more and more familiar. In his heart, he could not help but feel a little regretful. With this kind of power, if he was not careful, he would be injured. In the beginning, the fusion of heaven-burning earth fire and city destroyer hurricane was only 10%. Only 10%. But that 10% fusion was 50% more powerful than heaven-burning earth fire and city destroyer hurricane. Now that the fusion had reached 20%, the power had increased further. A sword attack was already enough to contend with Yang Ming's violent fist aura. Chunzong's eyes were extremely bright. Light burst out, but deep inside, it was crystal clear. At the bottom, there were countless flowing lights. Those flowing lights were red and green. Red like fire, green like wind. The red and green lights intertwined and gave birth to countless spiritual lights. Chunzong realized that he seemed to have found the right path. The power of speed. Yang Ming roared. Immediately, the combat shoes on his feet lit up with a bronze light. It became more and more intense and quickly spread to cover his legs. His legs became light, and so did his body. But at the same time, he felt that his legs were full of amazing power. In an instant, Yang Ming's speed increased by 50%. He disappeared from Chunzong's sword and appeared behind Chunzong in an instant. He punched out. The fist force was highly condensed. The surface of the fist was like a drill that spun crazily, cutting through everything. Chunzong felt a chill on his back, and his hair stood on end. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. When the sword and the fist collided, Chunzong felt an extremely terrifying force bombarding him. It passed through the sword and hit his body. He retreated continuously. He felt the sword vibrate, his arm tremble, and his chest tighten. A mouthful of blood rushed out and was about to spit it out. Chunzong forced himself to swallow the blood. If he spit it out, his momentum would drop instantly. It would be even more disadvantageous. With the help of the terrifying power of the punch, Chunzong flew back. The sword light broke through the air. Heaven-burning earth fire. City-destroying hurricane. You're too slow. In an instant, Yang Ming disappeared from Chunzong's eyes and from under his sword. His voice reached Chunzong's ears from the side. He attacked again. Chunzong was attacked again. Although he reacted quickly to resist the attack, he was still injured. His chi and blood were in turmoil. If Chunzong had not refined his body and his physique was much stronger than ordinary Saint Realm cultivators, he would not have been able to withstand the attack. Under the cover of the heart domain, Yang Ming's speed suddenly increased by 50%. However, he was still caught by Chunzong. His speed was so fast that it exceeded Chunzong's reaction. Silver Light Force. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately activated the power of the Silver Light Arm. His right arm became extremely light in an instant, causing the speed of his sword to increase. He only had 3 breaths of time. It was very precious. Chunzong's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He slashed out with his sword. Heaven-burning earth fire. City-destroying hurricane. Due to the doubling of the sword's speed and Chunzong's conscious adjustment, the fusion rate of the two moves increased instantly. 30%. With a fusion rate of 30%, the power was even more terrifying. The wind and fire destroyed everything. This sword was not only extremely powerful, but also astonishingly fast. Yang Ming could not avoid it like before. He could only burst out with all his strength to resist. However, Chunzong seized the 3 breaths of time to perform heaven-burning earth, fire, and city-destroying hurricane again. Kill! Rumble! Wind and fire rushed to the sky. Yang Ming was surrounded by wind and fire and was bombarded crazily. The pair of combat shoes could only last for a limited time. His speed was reduced, making it harder to dodge. Lifeless sword style. Shenzong's eyes flashed. He seized the last opportunity of the silver light force and slashed out. The sword edge directly tore the sky, leaving a long sword mark that quickly spread out. Yang Ming was trying his best to resist the fusion of heaven-burning earth fire and city-destroying hurricane. It was difficult for him to defend against the lifeless sword style. Slash! Yang Ming's face was full of disbelief. He was obviously stronger than his opponent, but in the end, he was the one who was killed. It did not make sense at all. He did not know that if he burst out with his strongest strength at the beginning, he would have a chance to kill Shenzong. Unfortunately, he talked too much and did not use his full strength at the beginning. The result was that Shenzong found an opportunity to improve in the battle. His strength increased, and he killed Yang Ming. Shenzong got another chance to die. Now he had 6 chances. Yang Ming, on the other hand, had 1 less chance to die. He turned into a stream of light and quickly fled, leaving behind a pair of combat shoes. These combat shoes naturally belonged to Shenzong. When he put them on, they immediately fit his feet. They were extremely comfortable. Shenzong felt that the strength of his feet seemed to have been strengthened and more condensed. Rapid combat shoes. This low-rank secret treasure could activate the rapid power every 2 hours and increase the movement speed by 50% for 5 breaths. Compared to a mid-rank secret treasure, the power of this low-rank secret treasure was limited, but it was still very good. Being able to increase one's movement speed by 50% would undoubtedly make one's movement technique faster. However, it only lasted for 5 breaths, which was a little short. Therefore, it was only suitable for chasing or fighting. If one wanted to use it to escape, it would inevitably be a little unsatisfactory. But no matter what, with this pair of low-grade artifact combat shoes, he would be able to display the power contained in them at a critical moment, which would be of great help to him in battle. But my greatest gain this time should not be the low-rank secret treasure, rapid combat shoes, Shenzong said to himself. His eyes were extremely bright. What was his greatest gain? It was fusion. It was the fusion of the 2 sword moves, heaven-burning earth fire and city-crushing hurricane. Or to be more thorough, it should be the initial fusion of the Tao of wind and Tao of fire. Of course, this fusion method was still a little rough, but Shenzong felt that this was the right path. It could truly fuse the 2 moves and increase their power by a lot. If they were completely fused, their power would at least increase by 2 times. But Shenzong also knew that the difficulty of completely fusing them was extremely high. The initial fusion is a good start, Shenzong said to himself. His gaze was extremely firm. After looking at the surroundings, Shenzong's figure flashed. This was not a good place to practice the sword. There was a month's time. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. He should seize every opportunity to improve his strength. Only then would he be able to obtain a better result in this competition that was slightly disadvantageous to him. His rank was not important. The most important thing was to obtain one of the 10 positions. Only in this way would he have the hope to compete with even more peerless geniuses and have the hope to enter the supreme holy land of Lingwu. Chapter 15:15. At this time, Lu had already finished walking the red carpet. She felt like a superstar. Outside the Black Sky Chaos Formation, the Black Sky Army's upper echelons and powerhouses stared at the world within the formation. Mountains, rivers, and vegetation formed a forest. Figures flew and weaved within the formation, fighting fiercely without end. Every peerless genius that had been selected had extraordinary abilities. Whether it was cultivation talent, comprehension, or other aspects, they were all outstanding. Moreover, every one of them had been through hundreds of battles, lingering on the edge of life and death many times. Their will was tenacious, and their means were abundant. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. There was only half a month left until the end. In this half a month, Chunzong's strength had increased significantly. After experiencing many life and death battles, his potential had been further developed, and his cultivation base had advanced to the late fourth heaven saint rudiment stage. His heart's sword Dao intent was still at the fourth revolution. His lightning Dao intent had broken through to the fourth revolution. His earth fire Dao intent had broken through to the fifth revolution. His hurricane Dao intent had also broken through to the fifth revolution. It had to be said that Chunzong had gained a lot in this half a month. Of course, he was able to break through so much because of his superb comprehension ability and the accumulation and consolidation he had accumulated in the past. Accumulation and consolidation might not be effective immediately, but there were only benefits and no disadvantages. In the future, it would play a great role, just like now. Moreover, the fusion of heaven-burning earth fire and hurricane city-crushing hurricane had reached 50%. 50% was the limit Chunzong could reach now. Chunzong still had two secret treasures. One was the mid-grade secret treasure, Silver Light Arm, and the other was the low-grade secret treasure, Flash Sky Pearl. As for the low-grade secret treasure, Swift Combat Shoes, Chunzong had lost it because he had encountered an early Sixth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. The difference in cultivation base was too great, and it led to the difference in strength. After a short battle, he had been killed. Fortunately, he had only lost a low-grade secret treasure. The mid-grade secret treasure, Silver Light Arm, was still there. That defeat and death had allowed Chunzong to gain enlightenment. The Earth Fire Dao intent and Hurricane Dao intent had broken through to the fifth revolution, and his strength had increased. By now, Chunzong had already died 23 times. If he didn't die once, he would have died 24 times. As for the Flash Void Bead, this low-grade artifact, he had obtained it after killing a powerful enemy. The lake had a radius of 100 miles, and the green lake water was rippling endlessly. A ball of golden light was rising and falling in the center of the lake, emitting an incomparably alluring aura. That was the fluctuation of an artifact. Gold. It was the aura fluctuations of a high-grade artifact. There were only 8 high-grade artifacts derived from the Xiantian Primordial Chaos Array. The effects of the mid-grade artifact Silver Light Arm were already so obvious. What about the high-grade artifacts? Chunzong stared at the golden light in the middle of the lake. His eyes flickered endlessly. His body did not stop at all. He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out, rapidly approaching the wide lake. The distance from the shore to the center of the lake was only about 50 miles. This distance was nothing to Chunzong. Close in. They were rapidly closing in. All of a sudden, Chunzong's eyes sharpened, because there were also people rapidly approaching from the opposite side. The aura of an artifact. Chunzong also sensed the aura of an artifact. A bronze light filled the air. It was the light and aura fluctuations of a low-grade artifact. Yao Miao was a peerless prodigy of the Divine Black Army. Her cultivation had reached the early Fifth Heaven Saint realm. Her body was surrounded by a blue aura that fluctuated endlessly. It resonated with the lake water below, as if it was about to become one. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he quickly flew across the water surface, even faster than flying in the air. The aura of a high-grade artifact. Yao Miao's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Although her strength was not bad, she was only considered average among the 280 peerless prodigies. However, she wanted to fight for one of the 10 spots. After all, as long as she had the heart to continue cultivating, she would be unable to resist the temptation to continue advancing on the path of cultivation. She wanted to compete with even more peerless prodigies for a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land. The Lingwu Holy Land. It was the number 1 holy land in the Lingwu Holy World. Since ancient times, anyone who entered the Lingwu Holy Land would be extremely powerful as long as they did not die prematurely. One should know that the Lingwu Holy Land was also known as the Millennium Holy Land. It meant that it would only open once every 1,000 years. Most of the secret realms opened once every 10 years, or even once every 100 years. It was rare for it to open more than 100 years. Only the Lingwu Holy Land would open once every 1,000 years. It was rumored that some of the higher-ups of the Black Heaven Army and the Jinyuan Guards had entered the Lingwu Holy Land. Since ancient times, some eminent Saint Realm powerhouses had also entered the Lingwu Holy Land. After coming out of the Lingwu Holy Land, as long as they did not die prematurely, they could at least become a half-step eminent saint. Moreover, they could be ranked among the top half-step eminent saints. However, with her current strength, Yao Miao knew very well that it would be extremely difficult to obtain a spot in the Lingwu Holy Land. However, if she could obtain a high-grade artifact, she might be qualified to fight for one of the 10 spots. A high-grade artifact. She had to get it. Moreover, she could feel that another person was approaching. He had a low-grade artifact and a high-grade artifact. Yao Miao and Chun Zong approached the high-grade artifact at the same time. They could vaguely see a golden light floating in the water. Someone from the murder division. Yao Miao's beautiful eyes were like water ripples. Her gaze was like water vapor surging. Chun Zong also recognized the armor on the other party. It was the armor of the Divine Xian Army. Although they were both from the Divine Xian Army, they belonged to the War Division and the Murder Division. Moreover, even if they belonged to the same military division, they would not hold back. Kill. At the same time, Yao Miao and Chun Zong attacked. Yao Miao waved her hand. Suddenly, a blue aura filled the air and condensed the water of the lake. In an instant, it turned into a violent wave. It surged and rolled up with a loud bang and smashed towards Chun Zong. Yao Miao's top-grade Saint Grade cultivation method was of the water element. In a place like the lake, she could display an even more shocking power. However, Chun Zong did not. He had not comprehended the Tao of water, and the cultivation method he cultivated was not of the water element. Instead, he cultivated the neutral and peaceful Daxian art. In this aspect, he did not have an advantage. On the lake, the might of the Tao of fire could not be fully displayed. However, Chun Zong was not afraid. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. With a slash of his sword, the sword light was dazzling and blazing as it tore through the air. In an instant, the waves under Yao Miao's control turned into water spears. They pierced through the sky and shot towards Chun Zong with an extremely shocking power. At the same time, under Yao Miao's control, a hand condensed from water quietly reached out from the bottom of the lake and grabbed at the ball of golden light. However, under the envelopment of Chun Zong's heart domain, this scene could not be hidden. Chun Zong raised and lowered his foot as if he was trampling on everything. Amidst the rumbling sound, an extremely terrifying power was transmitted through the water and directly hit the hand, shattering it. Citadel Crusher. The origin energy of wind condensed and slashed out, transforming into a violent hurricane that shattered everything and seemed as if it wanted to turn everything into powder. The terrifying blade hurricane swept out, causing the heavens and the earth to rumble as a large amount of lake water was swept up along with it. It was like a water spout that connected the heavens and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying and possessed shocking might. It simply wanted to annihilate everything in the heavens and the earth. Chun Zong and Yao Miao were both shocked. Chun Zong had never imagined that this strike would develop to such a degree and be so formidable. Unfortunately, if he had comprehended and grasped the Tao of water and cultivated the water martial technique, he would be able to allow the might of this sword strike to increase explosively. However, his time and energy were limited. Comprehending the Tao of water wasn't an easy thing, and he could only think about it for now. The Citadel Crusher's might was peerlessly formidable and terrifying to the extreme. The water spout connected the heavens and the earth with a powerful, imposing aura that shook the heavens and the earth. A bright light flashed within the depths of Chun Zong's eyes, and he immediately utilized the strength of the low-grade secret treasure, Skyflash Pearl. The Skyflash Pearl's only use was to flash within an area of 1,000 meters. However, it could only be used once every 2 hours. Utilizing the Skyflash Pearl's strength, Chunzong instantly flickered and appeared beside the golden light. His movements were incomparably swift, and he immediately grabbed the ball of golden light. Bang! Like the wrath of the water god, Yao Miao erupted with her full strength, and it was as if she had mobilized the power of the entire lake. She released an extremely terrifying power, and it made Chunzong feel as if he was fighting against the entire lake. Chunzong was extremely shocked in his heart. This feeling was too shocking. Not wanting to continue fighting, Chunzong swung his sword without hesitation, and an astonishing power erupted from his sword. He continuously executed the lifeless sword, and a crack was opened in the monstrous waves. Lightning flashed, and dust disappeared. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning. However, he was caught in the heavy impact of the waves. A terrifying pressure continuously pressed down from all directions, and it was as if it wanted to crush Chunzong's body. Swinging the sword, swinging the sword, swinging the sword. With the sword in his hand, he broke through layers upon layers of obstacles, and all obstacles would be shattered under the sharpness of the sword. With a boom, Chunzong finally broke out of the encirclement of the waves and flew towards the lakeside. Fighting in the middle of the lake was disadvantageous for him, but advantageous for his opponent. Don't even think about escaping, Yao Miao shouted coldly. She waved both of her arms and immediately brought up layers upon layers of terrifying waves, as if the entire lake was furious, venting its anger. Countless waves surged violently, and countless streams of water rapidly rose from the bottom to the sky. They continuously gathered together and formed a huge water giant that was at least 100 meters tall. Countless water ripples surged on the water giant's body, and the water flowed back and forth like waves. Roar! The water giant let out a furious roar, which represented Yao Miao's anger. It suddenly waved its huge arms, and thousands of water spears shot out. Its power was extremely shocking, and it was extremely terrifying. Heaven burning, earth fire, city destroying hurricane. Chunzong immediately performed the fusion of the two unique skills. Even though they were at the lakeside, where the water yuan qi was rich and the fire yuan qi was insufficient, the fusion of the two skills had reached 50%, and its power had increased by a lot. With a strike of the sword, a terrifying tornado of wind and fire, which could destroy everything, directly bombarded the water giant's body and caused an extremely violent collision. Endless water vapor surged and turned into white smoke that soared into the sky, covering the sky and the earth. Chapter 15:16. Water mist filled the air, covering the sky and the earth. Rumbling sounds reverberated in all directions, shaking the heaven and earth. Layers of violent ripples surged, expanding, extending, and crushing everything in their path. Chunzong extended his divine sense in all directions. His heart domain covered a radius of 400 meters, sensing everything. When the mist dissipated, the water giant collapsed with a loud bang. Although it had the geographical advantage of a lake, it was still hard for it to withstand the combined attack of the heaven-burning earth fire and city-crushing hurricane. Even if it was replenished in time, it still couldn't reverse the situation. All it could do was buy some time. The remnants of the wind and fire wreaked havoc on the crumbling water giant. Yao Miao's figure could be vaguely seen inside the water giant's body. Yao Miao's expression was solemn. She was trying her best to circulate her cultivation technique to stop the crumbling water giant. However, Chunzong's attack was too powerful. The remnant power continued to invade her body. She couldn't withstand it for the time being and could only delay it. Chunzong's eyes flickered as he drew his sword once again. Heaven burning, earth fire, city crushing hurricane. Once again, the two moves merged to 50%. The terrifying power once again bombarded the crumbling water giant. In an instant, all of Yao Miao's resistance was broken. The water giant crumbled, and Yao Miao was killed. After Yao Miao died, she turned into a stream of light and flew away. Her only low-grade artifact fell into the water. Chunzong's figure flickered as he caught the low-grade artifact. It was a bronze bracelet covered with mysterious patterns. The Yuan Gathering Ring was a low-grade artifact. It could increase the speed of absorbing and condensing heaven and earth Yuan Qi by 10%. Chunzong immediately put on the bronze bracelet on his left wrist. He immediately felt that the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth around him seemed to have become more lively and active, actively circulating his cultivation method. Immediately, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth from all directions gathered at an even faster speed and was absorbed by him. 10%. The speed of absorption and condensation increased by almost 10%. From the looks of it, the artifact didn't only provide a short-term boost. It could provide a permanent boost. However, the percentage of the permanent boost was relatively low. The low-grade Yuan Gathering Ring wasn't anything special. What was important was the high-grade artifact. The mysterious high-grade artifact, wrapped in golden light, appeared in front of Chunzong. A round bead. It was a round pearl that was almost transparent, but had countless clouds and mist surging within it, as if it contained a sea of clouds. It was about the size of an infant's fist, and it emanated an indescribably marvelous fluctuation. This kind of fluctuation made Chunzong feel very comfortable. Yuan Burst Heavenly Bead. A high-grade artifact could be fused into one's body to activate the Heaven Pearl's Yuan Burst power, which could increase one's cultivation by 1 level. It could also be deactivated at will, and the Heaven Pearl would automatically absorb Heaven Earth Yuan Qi to replenish its energy. The information from the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl was very direct, but Chunzong did not know how long the power within the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl could last. In an instant, Chunzong integrated the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl into his body and activated it with his mind. In an instant, a powerful and extremely pure energy surged out from the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl and merged into his own saint energy. Chunzong felt that his cultivation base seemed to have broken through some kind of shackle and limit as it was forcefully raised. Late 4th Heaven Saint Realm. Peak of the 4th Heaven Saint Realm. The peak of the 4th Heaven Saint Realm. Early 5th Heaven Saint Realm. Intermediate 5th Heaven Saint Realm. Late 5th Heaven Saint Realm. In the end, his cultivation base stabilized at the late 5th Heaven Saint Realm. With his cultivation base rising by 1 level, the increase in his strength was very obvious. Chunzong felt as though his body was about to explode as a terrifying power surged through his body. This was a power that surpassed his original limits. Fortunately, Chunzong's cultivation base was very high, and his divine sense was powerful. His control over his own strength was also very precise. Therefore, he was able to quickly familiarize himself with this kind of surge in strength. Chunzong stood motionless. In just 3 short breaths, the feeling of his body on the verge of exploding disappeared. It was as though his cultivation base had really risen to the late 5th Heaven Saint Realm. Chunzong could also clearly feel that the clouds in the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl were slowly decreasing. The rate of decrease was not fast, but it was not slow either. If the clouds in the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl were considered the Heaven Pearl's Yuan Burst power, then according to the current rate of consumption, Chunzong felt that it would not be less than an hour. However, with a thought, Chunzong immediately slashed out with his sword. The energy in his body surged, and the sword light pierced through the sky like a crescent moon tearing the earth apart. The power of this sword attack had increased exponentially with his cultivation base at the late 5th Heaven Saint Realm. However, Chunzong could also feel that the energy in the Primordial Burst Heavenly Pearl was being consumed more rapidly. Chunzong estimated that if he fought with all his strength, the primordial burst heavenly pearl's energy would not be able to last for half a quarter of an hour. It might even be shorter. Immediately, he shut down the energy in the primordial burst heavenly pearl. In an instant, his powerful aura fell rapidly, and he fell back to the late fourth heaven saint realm. The feeling of suddenly gaining strength and then losing it made Chunzong feel a little uncomfortable. However, Chunzong was also very clear that this was not his true strength. It was just a temporary boost. After quickly adjusting to it, Chunzong also felt the origin energy of heaven and earth gathering from all directions. It seeped into his body and flowed into the primordial burst heavenly pearl. The clouds in the primordial burst heavenly pearl also became denser and gradually recovered. However, the speed of recovery was a little slow. In any case, the primordial burst heavenly pearl was a high-grade artifact that could increase his cultivation by 1 heavenly layer in a short period of time. His cultivation would not be inferior to most people. Only a few people's cultivation would surpass his. However, with his mastery of the 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivation base, Chunzong was confident he could even fight a 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator head-on. It was only now that he had the ability to fight for the top 10 spots. Otherwise, his cultivation would be his shortcoming, and it would limit his strength. With great strength came great confidence. Chunzong immediately used his movement technique and flew away. Now that he had 2 low-grade artifacts, 1 mid-grade artifact, and 1 high-grade artifact, it could be said that he was extremely powerful. The aura of a high-grade artifact would spread to a radius of 500 miles. It was easy for others to sense it. 500 miles was not a small area. Soon, someone sensed the aura fluctuation and approached rapidly. Xia Mingjie was the number 1 prodigy in the Heavenly Profound Army. His cultivation was of the early 6th Heaven Saint realm, and his strength was terrifying. He could be said to be one of the top few among the 280 prodigies. The early 6th Heaven Saint realm was the highest cultivation among the 280 prodigies. This aura, it's a high-grade artifact. Xia Mingjie grinned as his cultivation base transformed into a terrifying aura. With a leap, he soared high into the sky and disappeared from the world. Chunzong paused and looked up at the sky. His eyes were solemn. With his powerful senses, Chunzong could feel danger approaching rapidly. The danger was so strong that it could threaten his life. Soon, a small black dot appeared in the sky. It was rapidly enlarging and falling. Gradually, Chunzong could see a fiery red color. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky at extremely fast speed, bringing about extremely terrifying destruction. It was very strong. The aura emitted by the figure within the crazily burning flames was extremely tyrannical and shocking, causing Chunzong to feel terrified. Moreover, the terrifying aura had locked onto him, as if it wanted to destroy him. A gaze pierced through the burning flames and stared at Chunzong. The murderous intent in the gaze was unparalleled. It was as if the gaze wanted to pierce through him and burn him to ashes. This gaze increased the pressure on Chunzong. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to hear a terrifying voice pass through the void. Die! In an instant, an extremely terrifying force turned into raging flames and separated from the large mass of raging flames, bombarding down from the sky. It was earth-shattering. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong did not hesitate to activate the power of the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl. After absorbing the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth for nearly a day, the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl was filled with clouds and mist. Its power had reached its peak. In the face of such a strong opponent, if he did not use it now, when would he? A tyrannical, vigorous, majestic, and extremely pure energy surged out from the exploding Yuan Heavenly Pearl in an instant. It was like a torrent that had burst a dam, surging and surging in a mighty manner without end. Charge! Sweep! Diffuse! A tyrannical aura spread out and shook the surroundings. Late 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. The gap between the late 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage and the early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage was much smaller than the gap between the late 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage and the early 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Chunzong's heart domain covered a radius of 400 meters. In an instant, Chunzong mobilized the origin chi in the air and condensed it into countless cyclones that revolved around the sword, spinning unceasingly. Hurricane City Crusher. Chunzong struck out with all his strength. The sword light turned into a violent storm of sword blades. It turned into a destructive hurricane that roared in the sky. It slashed upward, destroying everything in its path. A hint of surprise appeared on Xiao Mingjia's face. With his sharp senses, he could sense that his opponent's cultivation had risen by a large realm in an instant. His strength had also increased tremendously. The power of that sword strike was so tyrannical that it made him feel threatened. It was as though it could kill him. However, this strike alone was not enough to deal with him. Boom! The huge flame that fell from the sky collided with the hurricane. Instantly, an incomparably shocking aura burst out and wreaked havoc in all directions, shattering everything in its path. Xiao Mingjie immediately penetrated the hurricane and flame layer and fell at an even faster speed. His aura was even more terrifying. Kill! An incomparably shocking battle cry reverberated throughout heaven and earth. A long flaming spear condensed in his hand. Raging flames burned fiercely as it descended with an extremely destructive aura. It wanted to destroy Chunzong's faith and fighting spirit. The earth-shattering attack caused Chunzong's expression to change drastically. He felt as though his entire body was about to be destroyed by this attack. Heaven-burning earth fire. Hurricane City Crusher. The two moves were executed one after the other. The combined power was extremely terrifying. It turned into a flaming hurricane that swept across heaven and earth. Everything in the world would be destroyed by this terrifying flaming hurricane, turning into ruins and nothingness. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.